Hello and welcome to the KARDS 2026 Fall Tournament. I'm Bubbles. I'm joined by Thanatron. In the wings, we have Berto and the Return of the King. J King has returned to help us with some lovely casting. And then we have Mark behind the scenes pressing all the buttons. We have an exciting 2 days of games in store for you. We do have one of the most consistent and sort of determined metas we've seen in a long, long time, everyone agreeing on three particular decks being very, very good. So get your predictions in at what you think those three decks will be. And then players do have to bring a fourth deck. So there's going to be another deck which does have to get a win. I very much think this is going to be a tournament of fourth decks. Can you get that fourth deck through? What do you think going through the decks, Ben? What's your first reactions to the decks? And then once we've got those, we'll take a look at the brackets.
So the easy like initial reaction, right, when you're looking at all these decks is that there's only one Soviet deck in the entire thing. Everybody's fourth deck is a US deck except for one man. I believe it is Card himself. He is bringing the only Soviet deck for the entire tournament as his fourth deck, so he is certainly going to be our outlier. It'll be interesting if that seems, maybe that will get him a little groundwell of support here amongst the fans. He is certainly the odd man out, and we will have to see how that Soviet deck performs. It's certainly not getting banned, right? Especially just the knowledge of it being the only Soviet deck, right? Not certainly not going to catch a ban. And I believe that every single player basically bringing Japan Anzac, we're probably going to see a lot of consistent Jagger bans, just like we're used to, just like it's 2021.
Yeah, bringing back the good old days, and I'm sure when it's not Jaguar getting banned, it'll be Brits instead. You know, the classic days. Are you banning Brits or are you banning Japan? But let's see what we have in store for us by taking a look at the brackets. Here at the top, we have Henry versus Sai, GG Master versus 66 Better, Card versus So Blue, and Hachiman versus Cian. Now, this is a pretty stacked bracket. A lot of very strong players here. We do have a couple newcomers, but in general, I mean, most of these players are quite hardened. They're very good at the game, some real veterans here, and they have some very strong decks, some very well proven decks. I expect this to be one of the most difficult tournaments for any of these players that they've ever played in. I would certainly be terrified coming into this bracket seeing these decks. I think it's just a very scary situation to be in. But we are going to go straight into decks. We're going to be looking at Henry's deck. So why don't you take us through those then?
Yeah, absolutely. Henry versus here going to be our first match today. Certainly a match of two uh, stalwart competitors that are no stranger whatsoever to this scene. Seems like the top half of the bracket, a little more weighted with veterans on the bottom half today, or this weekend rather, which will be really, really interesting for our autumnal tournament. We've got 980 big matches here for Henry with 600 wins, of course, and above 60% win rate. Most of our guys basically doing that in their sleep these days. Very impressive stuff. Always fun to see someone with like most played Japan but favorite card being Britain. Completely kind of different there, right? Most played Japan, so probably has played quite a bit of aggro, but then the Glamour Boy is an extremely defensive and retired card, is what is most central to Henry's heart. So that is always nice to see. Britain not quite playing like that these days, but so we see his decks in total here, and we see this German Finn Heinz deck. This has been all over the last tournament and this tournament, even more so this tournament. It certainly didn't spring onto the field right last tournament. Heinz has been around for a very long time, but there was certainly a resurgence where it is basically the best viewed German deck at this point, and it has continued to perform that well as well. Only really taking the Svards and the Prolonged Siege, basically everything else just being very efficient, very in your face, fast German cards. Moving on to a British Anzac deck, we have a Meteor deck. We're going to see quite a bit of Meteor decks as well. Plenty of AoE in this British deck, plenty of ramp with things like the Anzac Spirit, and then even some easy removal with things like Z Special Unit. And Zan is, of course, also providing that extra bit of ramp. Then we find the terror of the day. We're probably not going to spend too much time, but everybody has seen Japan Anzac, especially if you've been on ladder whatsoever. It is a terror. It is fast. It is strong. You have to deal with weather. Uh, you got to deal with it all, basically, every bit. And then it even has some top end. Not this one so much. Some of them have been taking some more top end. Henry here opting for more of a lighter and faster weather type package. And then, of course, our last deck, one of the US decks here. This one, very interesting. One of the only ramp decks in the entire tournament. You have to wonder if this is trying to target maybe British decks specifically or Meteor decks specifically. But we do have a US ramp deck that can get quite big, quite fast. Easily can go up to 14 credits. And we are taking some interesting stuff. And HMS Warunga, which has not been, something that I have seen quite a bit of, but a very interesting one-off, which actually moves a card all the way to the leftmost hand spot so that you can enable the buff. And of course, even triggering a 1 credit cost reduction on an Anzac card. So things like Z Special Unit being able to basically for free move that into its maximum optimal position and then being able to draw a card off of it as well. Some really interesting stuff here with that US ramp deck. It will be tough maybe to get a win, especially with how fast and consistent some of these like Heinz decks and Jagro decks are, but it's really interesting to see it brought.
It's also interesting to see an Anzac deck with without any forecasting, with no weather mechanics available.
That's a good point.
It's very unique to see. Just a little bit of a spoiler: there is a surprising amount of Warramunga today. It's not brought in great numbers. It's I believe just a one-off in some decks, but it's a surprising amount of it. With Henry bringing 2 of them here themselves. Maybe if our keen dive viewers can get a count and let us know how many different decks they see having Warramunga in it. But we're going to see Henry's opponent, which is going to be Sai, and what they have in store for us. But I think the ability to put Z Special Unit on the left is very powerful. It's going to be important to look out for. There's a lot of health. But here we see Sai, favorite card, the terrifying Blitz Shiden. Very deadly, good at ending at games. Total matches 1,338, so a good chunk of matches. And look at that, 72. Absolutely brutal win rate, just dominating ladder. And then we see a Swiss record of 3-2. Swiss can be a lot more difficult, but 3-2 is good enough to make it in. And we see how competitive this top 8 is. I can only imagine how competitive the Swiss were. The decks in there were absolutely brutal as well, very similar to what we see in the tournament. So let's see what 4 decks does Sai have for us. And here we have the Janzak deck, the deck of the day, I would say. Very, very popular. These pioneers able to buff up your board very consistently. I think cards like Kawanishi and Sabay allow you to play a little bit more of a long mid-range game. A very, very powerful deck. I expect we'll see a lot of this getting banned. It's such a good deck at the moment. We then see another US Anzac deck, but this one leaning away from the ramp and into more of a frontline style. You see cards in here like First Defense Battalion, which is very good at taking the front line early. We see the half track and the Ohio in here, good at clearing the front line, pushing up. And then we see some pairs to the front line with things like Yorktown and 15th Engineers in here. So this is a very interesting deck. I'm slightly concerned that if we lose the front line and we don't have one of our tools to clear it, like 5th Ohio, then we might have a difficult time. This very much feels like it needs to take the front line. And something we saw in traditional frontline decks was decks leaning more and more into taking the front line and less into the rewards of it. The logic being, if you had the front line, you were probably going to win anyway. I'm slightly concerned at how this deck is going to handle quicker decks like the Japan deck and maybe the Heinz deck. But I think against slower decks, this is just going to have an absolute field day and run away with the game. We then see a Brit Anzac deck. Brit Anzac, very popular today, but almost entirely based around Meteor. And we actually see no Meteor in Say's deck. Instead, this is just a Anzac sort of package. And then you've got the Coast Watchers and the Task Force. You look for these rains. You look for the rain which can buff up your board. You look for the rain which could sort of suppress your opponent's threats. And you just win through rain, I believe, with this deck. It's an interesting deck to see a British game plan that doesn't revolve around Meteor. Meteor is usually the big win con. a thing to look out for here. Cards like Chain Home with Coast Watchers can be very deadly, and also the Tiger Moth as well. So we're going to see a lot of big Coast Watchers. They're not just sitting on the beach anymore; they're coming for you. And then we see a Germany Anzac deck, and here another Warmonger. And again, this is a very unique deck as far as decks today go. Last tournament, we spoke a little bit about how all the Heinz decks were Finn ally, and we were slightly surprised to not see a single Anzac ally. So they heard our requests and has delivered. They've got a what could only be described as a combined Heinz deck with Anzac ally. I don't think I've ever seen this deck in action before, so I'm super excited to see how this works out. But let's see if our players have some bans ready. Not just yet. What do you expect the bans to be here?
Probably Japan, both ways, right? I think that we are going to see that maybe all day. And I think that you know that because what we didn't see was people in the lineup really bringing any counters to it. There's even some like bigger slow decks that would play sort of poorly into it, and I think players are aware of that. Yep. And we're gonna see basically that uh players aren't gonna get run off the table by it. You know, they're gonna play some of these other decks that are gonna give them time to set up, time to kind of collect their thoughts, get their strategy going, maybe start working a board. And Janzak basically is going to jump out in front and make that as hard as possible. So smart bans, I would say, by both players, expected bans by both players, and we're already a broken record about this morning, but pretty much exactly what we feel we're going to see all tournament long.
And then looking at the decks which are left over, we do see the same main nations, but we actually see some different strategies here. So the size Brit deck is not Meteor, the German deck does not have Finn ally, and then the ramp decks are quite different in playstyle. Based on the remaining decks, who do you think has the advantage going into this?
Well, it's certainly hard to call, and I think that this is such a great set to start out with. It's going to be super interesting for the exact reasons you pointed out, right? The US decks are like completely different. There is, maybe some minor ramp, but like you said, it's much more of a frontline for Sai that is sort of his like effective strategy, and that's gonna kind of have these weird ripple effects, right? Because that's gonna line up into Heinz a lot differently than ramp is gonna line up into Heinz. So it's gonna be about where these players can sort of find their matchups. Um, the ramp deck seems basically designed to go against Brit. It's probably more of a meteor counter than anything, so it'll be also really interesting to see how that works as well. But yeah, just really interesting lineups all around, even with how similar they are. And this match specifically, great call out as well. I'm very excited to see an Anzac Hines. I thought Anzac Hines was very fun, at least in my testing. I couldn't really tell you right about like a data set to say it's significantly worse or significantly better than the Finn version, but the Finn version certainly was played a lot more, and I would rely on the player's expertise, right, to be like, well, then that's probably the more consistent version. So super excited to see the Anzac version today, see how it functions, see how fast it can go, see how high it can go. I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Now we see Brit against Germany, the Brit Anzac, and I believe Henry has the Finn ally with the golden HQ, bringing out the swag today.
Oh yeah, every
Oh,
single
and the watch, the golden HQ with the watches. But both players have got the
both
watches.
players
This is
watches, yeah.
they're
If
going
only if only Sai also had a gold HQ, we could have the swaggiest board in history.
players are going band for band. But here we see Heinz versus Brits. Now, if Heinz can run away with this game, then obviously Brit's going to be in a lot of trouble. But if Brits have enough time to build their defense in line and get some big units in the front line, then Henry could be in trouble because this Heinz deck it can have slight difficulty when playing from the support line. And if there's a big beefy guard in the front line, then it's going to make the game a lot more difficult.
Yeah, Middlesex certainly a really nice start. There is plenty of things in Sai's deck as it gets pretty beefy in its own right that are not great early game tools. Being able to play out that Middlesex, generate that garrison, giving you even more early game tooling.
Say though,
Lets you set
Henry
up your
has a
defense.
Henry has a good hand with the Svard, plenty of cheap units, and the Panzer Grenadiers to pay off. When we're looking turn 3, turn 4, this can start running away. This sort of hand, this can just run away with the game.
Yeah, and of course that glowing. I mean, I guess it's glowing. He's probably glowing because he's so happy. But that growing Panzergren has been such a problem as well. Uh, that can get very big, very fast, and has certainly tilted these Heinz games in a Heinz player's favor. Very often, we're going right for the Gales here
I believe rain is what you take to win the game. Gale is what you take to
to
clear the board
survive the
and
game.
stay alive. Now,
Yeah,
the retreat
absolutely.
thunderstorm not particularly great in this matchup. However, it is cheap, and that's pretty relevant here as well. So it'll be interesting to see which one Henry decided to go with. Just going to see the Panzer Grenadier
Yeah,
push up.
second Sfard, kind of a bad draw. Already holding the one Sfard,
Ooh,
certainly did not want the second one right now. Would have really preferred some units, but like we said, that Panzergun can grow and it can grow fast. So getting it online, on curve,
they've got
not
the
nothing.
retreat. I think I would just take the tempo swing, considering the Fusiliers as well. I'm always so tempted, spending 2 credits to send back 3 of Henry's in a tempo matchup. My concern is when this Panzer Grenadier pushes the front line, it can be real awkward to deal with.
Yeah,
Henry, I
absolutely.
think just front and homeland, just play it slow, play it cool. I'm
Now
really
instead we're gonna
concerned.
go for this first
Yeah,
Svard turn here. We're gonna put some beef up. And I get it. I mean, obviously, everything that you're saying is certainly
but
got
look
an
at the
entire school of
punishment.
thought, but yeah,
This is
the
going to be
punishment is bad.
massively punished.
He wants that Panzergran big and buffed. It's tough to deal with early game. Getting it out early game feels good. A lot of data for him probably on ladder as to how often that can just absolutely swing a game.
We go HMS Formidable and just going to clear the board. And that is
A
absolutely
beautiful clear.
brutal. I'd like to see the evasive action. I'm not sure what you're holding it for here, if not just an errado.
And now we'll see the front homeland, which is helpful to Henry. It's going to help him get out some of this other stuff. We're going to see a lot of zero cost cards, a lot of those cards that were one cost we're able to play for
I
free.
have to
But
say, I really don't like holding this evasive. Blocking an errado draw is nice, but the main thing is you're lowering your hand size to prevent Enigma as well. Now, if Henry finds Enigma, that's +1 card to Henry, and you've got to wait until a deployment effect shows up to get this out of your hand. Looks like we're going to be
not
going for
going
the
for
Sun.
rain again. Yeah, going
Yeah.
for a sun here.
I mean, Sun can close out games as well, especially if
Yeah.
you can find the +3/+3 to everything. That can be really, really good.
And in this matchup specifically, right, if you have a bit of a board advantage and you're not really ready to generate or play those rain cards, doesn't really make sense quite yet. Getting a nice sun in your hand so that you are ready for when you have a bit of a board advantage that you can put down some buffs. Because, um, sorry, as I the thought escapes my head. Heinz is going to have to saw through that, right? Heinz only has so
Yeah.
many ways to take care of things, and I mean, really only is one way, and it's drive a tank through it. So
Oh, nice. We get rid of this. Get rid of some draw and get rid of this evasive. I'm very happy to see this get used, as I was very concerned about this sitting around in hand for way too long.
yeah, generating a lot of cards here. So at some point, Henry's Enigma might be unavoidable, but certainly playing around it is in Sai's best interest.
Got a dump hand. Get as much of your hand down as possible. That's what you got to do. Just get your hand small, get your value on board rather than keeping it in your hand, and reduce the value of this Enigma.
Bit of an
I'd be
awkward turn here for Sai.
I'd be tempted, right, by take them off, make the 3/3. You got 3 credits left. You push up, 2 credits left. You can go for home guard, play the unit, and play your number 46 commandos or number 48 commandos, and play the blast as well.
And that
So
looks
I
to be
like
like what Sai is
this.
operating for, but in a bit of a different order. No Tiger Moth. We're just going to go for a draw. Actually, we could still afford Tiger Moth, but Thunderstorm. That is also
Yeah.
really nice. Just the same tempo play that we talked about before, but we're also wiping a buff off the Panzergren, which is always a good feeling. And we have a pretty nice defensive shell down for Sai, which is exactly what he wants. Low cards for Henry, again, exactly what Sai wants. And as you said, if he can manage the anti-Enigma play this entire time, it's going to be pretty rough for
It's a
Henry to maybe
big
figure this
unit,
out.
but
But
it
that's
should be
6-7.
dying. Should be dying. I think realistically, you just have to go. Yeah, you got to go for the HMS. And hopefully you kill both of these. There you go. Wins the 50-50, clears both of them. Or should be able to anyway. I'd be tempted by the Tiger Moth as I kind of don't like using up the Sunny card here.
Yeah, with the blasts as well. But either way, we get our board clear. We also
Yeah.
get him down to one card. We only have four, so the Enigma is mostly controlled.
Oh, Henry playing
Terrible
two
draws for Henry.
suppressions, no air
And
units.
a dingo is really going to change change the speed of this game for Sai.
So I'd be tempted. Oh, I don't like drawing cards here. I don't want to draw cards. I just get the Mustang down. Just start smacking with the Mustang. Surely that's all you got to do.
Yeah, Tiger Moth for a little bit of extra damage. And we're certainly doing some work right now. And Henry
Ooh,
certainly in a hole. Panzergren, I'm sorry, Panzergren. Yagbomb are
Yak
going to be
Bomber's
really
a
nice. We're going
great
to,
find.
yeah, yeah. Only wiping a huge buff off that garrison, but we're sending them all the way back to hand. So infantry really going to have to take a long time before that unit is able to be back in the front line.
And it blocks the Tycho off and is able to get two suppressions out, stopping the garrison ping effects. Not going
Yeah,
to be
and some nice
enough
draw, right?
to.
Yagbomber is a plane, right? So suppression
Yeah.
able to synergize there as well.
I mean, it's not going to be enough to win the game on its own, but it will be enough to buy a turn or two for Henry. But I'm still thinking this Mustang, you get this down, you start smacking face with it, and that's really awkward. Gonna go for the
Damn.
sun again.
Still going for the sun, which I like. We got these garrisons out. We have a big board
You just
advantage.
got to
So
go left. You got to go heat wave because then you get your dinky units that don't do anything suddenly doing things. And I have to say, I'm not a fan of drawing so many cards here. It really feels like you're giving Henry too
the
many
one
outs.
chance, the
Yeah,
one chance
why
that Henry
risk
has to
it?
come back into the game. Yeah, I would agree. Also, really interesting and worth noting, we haven't really noted it quite yet, but a huge deal is that both HMS Formidables came up so early for Sai. So able to basically what before turn 8 throw down both of his, really big board clears that are so effective,
Yeah.
especially against Heinz, just to make sure that Heinz has basically been playing from behind this entire time. It's been super powerful.
What are we going for? Are we going for the oil for drawing more cards? We are going for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
oil just to draw
I
an
like that.
additional
Yeah,
card.
absolutely. Although the money probably gonna be a lot of wasted money.
Ooh.
Another Tiger Moth.
But also, bonus attack plus blitz with
Yeah,
these
sunny day.
walruses. You can just start smacking with the walruses. I mean, I don't know if you've seen a walrus. There's some pretty beefy animals. I would not want to be smacked by any walruses.
Certainly not one that's flying. Instead, maybe going on the slower play with BPF.
What are you really looking for? Yet another buff. Slightly awkward. I do feel like Sai's done a good job at controlling the game, but has not done an excellent job at ending the game.
Ooh, another
Ooh.
formidable.
But
Now
Belfast.
takes a Belfast instead.
Oh, but hold on, we just cancelled the Enigma, and we can't. They can't draw any Enigmas now. It doesn't work.
Yeah, this is really looking like an impossible task for Henry to stave off. But the Henschel and all of this money.
It's not going to be enough. Being able to give blitz to their units with this Sunny card is going to be enough to change the game because it doesn't matter if Henry can deal with your board. You're just going to blitz out lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll see what Henry can manage to do. Thinking that he has a bit of defense here.
And it's a good setup. It'd be
For sure,
great
it's a
for
good
future
try. Yeah.
turns, but it's just simply not going to cut it because Sai has too many options at this point in the game.
And you can see the Heinz player finally getting a front line, finally getting some units on the board, finally feeling like they have a life to lead. But as you said, and that's how weather can really change the game, right? Henry doesn't know. For all Henry's concerned, right, he could have easily seen those being gales, being attempts at Psy to grab things to take out this big board as this big board sort of develops. We don't care what this is at all. And then we'll take our lethal strike and a great first win for Psy. Great command of his deck. And also, great getting both HMS Formidables in the top half. That'll really help against the Heinz deck.
It certainly will. But also with the chain homes, there's plenty of tools. Like we said in the beginning, if the grid deck gets a beefy big boy in the front line, then the game's pretty much over. And there's a lot of ways for size deck to do that. It's a surprisingly difficult matchup, I find.
And a really interesting pivot now here for both of our players, right? Sai may be thinking that he got maybe one of his more, I wouldn't say difficult wins. The British deck has also been very powerful. It's really going to come down to those fourth decks, right? It's really going to come down to US. And here we see the Duck deck.
Whack.
Sai moving to US and Henry staying on Finish Hines. Very consistent deck. Figures he can get his win with this pretty well, get his win back. And when we got some ducks, we
Yeah, there we
the aquatic
go.
match is on.
Doesn't doesn't care about
No
anything
duck.
other than stopping that. Stop right
Yeah,
there.
no ducks, please. If I hear a single quack, I
It's
will lose my
duck
mind.
hunting season.
He's got the nest zapper out.
Yeah.
Thinking about getting a second duck online for the Coast Watchers, but would like to curve out instead, so we go Coast Watchers. We're not going to get any duck buffs with our only online duck being suppress, but the tempo play, the curve, still really nice. And a strong choice of Gales here. I actually did not quite see what he picked there. Going against Hines with the retreat all units of the same name can also have some really nutty plays. It's not necessarily something you want to go for or something you want to depend on, but there is a way that it can just sort of develop into that being one of your better plays when presented.
It looks like
Pioneers is nice.
they took the 3 credit option, which I
Yeah.
presume was the kill some units. Was the 4 credit option, but
Right.
some people
Obviously discounted one by Coast Watchers, but our viewers are very intrepid. They knew exactly what you meant.
yeah.
Second duck, maybe setting up a forecast here for next turn. Would love a cheap
Occupy the
way to
front line.
forecast because of Pioneer and Duck. Could really start maximizing some buffs here.
Although we
But
are
it's
gonna
Bard in
see,
Henry's hand. Henry's going to start being
yeah,
able to really make some moves here.
operating on the cheap. And when this Panzer Grenadier comes out, it is going to grow at an insanely quick rate with all these units operating for free. The
But what's
only thing
also
I
really...
think, go on.
No, sorry, please go on.
I was just thinking, if Henry can find a way of buffing the attack on these tanks, then it's going to be absolutely devastating. Because right now they have 1 attack, it's a little bit awkward, but if you can find something to give them a little bit extra attack, then it's just going to, it's going to steamroll the game. But the weather here might do some serious damage. These units are, they're in the range for it. Now we'll see the combo here. Pioneers move up and then trigger the forecast +2/+2 to the duck +1 to the other unit.
And
And
what I was going to mention was just like how I'm not even sure that versatile is the right word, but how good Coast Watchers are, right? Obviously, there was some
Yeah.
extreme synergy in the last match when Coast Watchers was being played with a British main nation. Things like HMS Formidable and even Chain Home work really, really well with that card. But then even here, we're still playing Heinz, and it's still a 0-6, but just being able to get it as a roadblock in the front line that Heinz has to saw through, that takes a lot of time, which can be all that you need to sort of uh, figure out your own defense. Obviously, we see it die here, but that's a double trade into a 2 cost
No,
unit, right? Like that's
you're
it's such a huge
absolutely,
deal.
yeah. You're absolutely right. And even if you give it just +1/+1, giving it the ability to do any
Yeah, one
return
seven's
damage,
huge.
yeah, it really is. And it's slightly of an awkward turn here now for Say. Sai has a lot to deal with and not
Yeah, and
quite enough to do it.
we even mentioned about that cheap retreat of multiple units with the same name. Even that right now would not be too bad of a play with 2 0 cost 3/3 tanks on the board.
Yeah, no, you would be super happy to just send these back to hand and retreat them.
Yeah,
Seahawk,
instead going for the 4 cost Gales. Seahawk will be nice, and it'll certainly give us a value trade in the front line.
it will, and it does mean the errata can't easily trade. But we see you know what Seahawks absolutely hate. I've done bird watching, and if there's one thing that Seahawks can't stand, it's V1 flying bombs. They
The natural
just
predator.
it is the natural predator of the Seahawk. And I'd be tempted to do it this turn.
Yeah, it's really basically like it's strange to call it a threat, but it's your biggest threat right now, right? It's
Yeah,
certainly
and
the biggest threat to what you want to accomplish.
it opens up the errata killing the duck, and then you can occupy the front line with multiple units, and you can even
One of which
draw
is a
from your
seven
hand.
seven.
Yeah, one of which is going to be bigger than a 7 set. Right, it's going to grow once here.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ah, interesting. Keeping the
Yeah,
errata, I would have expected wanting to get this unit in the front line, but it's very interesting. Fifth
fifth
Ohio is a
Ohio
good
here.
find.
Nice. Certainly will take out the front line, of course, able to take out anything with a combined 6 or less with its attack and defense. Big power stats.
Not to prophesize doom here, but we did say Sai's deck has a difficult time playing from the support line, and they are now going to be doing so for the majority of this game.
Which is why I would have liked to see that big 8-8 in the front line so badly last turn for Henry.
Now comes out the fifth Ohio. Surely you got. I mean, the Walrus is tempting, but
Yeah, yeah, I would say it's probably fifth Ohio move up, and maybe we even
I'm
draw
tempted.
and buff
I'm
again.
tempted to not move up. I'm tempted to buff again and just sit in the support line. I know we just spoke
Yeah,
about how crappy it is, but
draw
you're not
first.
you're not actually holding the front line when you push this up. You're just sacrificing this guy, and with the Walrus in hand, which is a forecast trigger, you can uh you can get another +1/+1 to the board. There's also the potential, if enough units are in the front line, you can 15th engineers and just trade into this huge guy.
Yeah, J King also with a great point from the back. With there was a singular one-off half track inside deck, inside US deck, and my what a lovely find that would have been last turn. Would have been the top deck from the heavens to send that big boy packing before he's knocking on the door, which is not meant to be. Of course, Sai, like we mentioned the first game, got both of his HMS formidables at great times that helped him absolutely pound down Henry. So certainly works both ways. The cards giveth and taketh.
Looks
I don't know how you stop this board if you're Sai.
no, I mean a half track now would have been beautiful again. The support line is full. Can
It's
still
true.
find it.
It's true. Not playing around
Go
it if
for
you're
it.
Henry.
You got the Thunderbolt. Look for it. If you don't find it, the game was over anyway.
Honestly, you're probably correct in that it is the only redeemable play.
I mean, you can then go for like Oh no, don't go for that. It's
Yeah,
plus two attack. It's
don't.
nothing.
Yeah. You're just
Go
doing
for the
something
half
cool to
track.
fill your time. Just something cool to feel all right about the inevitability of all this.
Like great, we killed it, but now look at the
Yeah, so
situation we
now you're
find
playing
ourselves.
a Heinz deck full of tiny units. That's exactly what it wants. Generate some easy draw for ourselves as well, or take some free pop shots, and we are building the base here.
It was
Oh
there. It was
no! The
there.
Thunderbolt play would have been magic.
Oh,
Oh,
brutal.
absolutely brutal. I can't just the off-screen faces amongst our staff right there for that play. Oh, the combination of laughter and anguish.
Was you love to see it, but you also hate to see it. It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
there's two
Strap bombing is
phrases
nice.
a card player is going to say all the time. One of them is never punished, and one of them is always punished.
And now we see Henry pretty much just looking for pop-off tools here.
Yeah, for
Everything, all our
blitzkriegs.
German cards cost one less, and it's just about finding the right tools now. We do see a little bit of a Psy comeback here. Obviously, very much still behind, but has potentially the tools to try and do some work.
Yeah, back with
I
our
really have
tropical
to say,
storms.
taking this tropical storm where every player shuffles their hand, I really hate it. You're pretty much never gonna have a smaller hand than Henry. And if at any point you and Henry have the same hand size, you don't want to give Henry a fresh chance to look for like an enigma or a super draw option. I don't see any turn in which you're getting this off. I mean, Henry's got a big hand now, but it's going to be gone. They're just going to start playing everything.
Yep.
It just and
Henry
even if we
basically able to move like a well-oiled machine now.
even if we can put some of Henry's cards back, there's just the deck from Henry has more opportunities to top deck into 1,000 cards. You top deck an Enigma, you top deck a Suppression into this, into that, into this. I don't feel like this is how you combat this deck.
Henschel is a
And we
really nice
can
pickup
see
for
it
Henry
actually
as
this
well.
turn. So maybe Sai about to make me eat my words, but I regret nothing.
Sullivan's to enable the blitz, which is some really nice tech, not something that we've seen a whole lot of. Obviously, Sullivan's also replacing itself. Patent, very late patent draw. Definitely not where you want to be finding that card. Of course, if you're a little uninitiated, that enables a little bit of cost reduction in blitz.
And we are going to see the Tropical Storm now. But if that one card is an Enigma, then, I'm just going to say I told everyone. Oh, no, sorry. It doesn't draw to your size. You draw to their size. I just completely whiffed that one. Some reason I thought it was your opponent's hand size because it was, but of course it's whoever has the biggest.
Look at all this free stuff. All these free
Does
options.
reset a few of Henry's cards, which is nice.
Yeah, putting the one back on some of those zeros as it shuffles them into the deck.
However, with 9 credits available, it's a pretty small difference. It's not going to be a big thing. And you can tell I never take that forecast option, as I just apparently don't even know what it does.
And that's some
Maybe.
of the joy of some of the forecasting, right? There's so many options, and some of them are extremely small scope, right? They're like extremely small use case, I guess that you could say. But in the event that really specific use case does happen to roll up, sometimes they are exactly what you need.
I'm just wondering now, how many games would I have won if I'd understood the card correctly? How many how many games have I lost?
Really unfortunate for size. Best card here is Tiger Cat, which is not helpful at all in this situation.
It's such a difficult matchup. Where are we going?
Certainly a degree of slow versus fast. Another storm.
I mean, at this point, it just very much feels like it's only a matter of time until Henry gets that one turn that just ends the game.
Going
Henry is,
for
of course,
Sunny
starting
now.
to slowly run out of deck, but only needs to kill you once.
Now Henry with really all of his tools. He's got the stuff to build himself a nice blitzkrieg here. And then, yeah, the prolonged siege and the enigma are going to make sure that he has plenty of tools, plenty of options.
I mean, it's next turn, right? You don't go for it this turn. This turn, you just
Of
build up
course.
some board.
Yeah, and you have the prolonged
First,
siege cards
the
available to you till next turn, so you'll be able to put down those new 259s.
it's so tempting to do like a third of that HQ's damage, but you just can't afford to get away with it. I do
Yeah, you
think
gotta burst.
the bomber has to be big. Yeah. You just can't allow these bombers to get away on the board. This Tiger Cat is gonna have to do some trading. Ooh.
Oh, the
Filling
Yorktown.
filling the front line could be huge. That could be an absolute game changer.
Even the blitz
Oh my
to
lord,
take
with
out
the
the front
scorching
line,
sun!
the scorching sun.
The pain
Suddenly,
just
Sai back in this
flipped.
game absolutely knew what he needed better than
Oh my
anybody here. Just needed to draw
lord.
back into it. All of a sudden, a mammoth board.
Does find a lot of Svard, so can try and fight back a little bit, but oh my lord, this is just huge.
And now this is a great play for Sai as well, right? Because as he's doing this, the Tiger Cat has to go unignored, which means that we're generating more bombers, we're getting more
I mean,
free
I
attacks. You don't have time to think about that. That was my biggest threat. Now the biggest threat is 4-5-5s.
I gotta say, this is one of the days where you wish you were back in 2019 and Leopold was still popular in Heinz, because this is
Yeah,
where you would
absolutely.
want it.
Truly, truly the only out.
I gotta
And yeah, you
say,
cleared all those 5-5s, but that's a deadly backline now.
I got some bad news. Henry has 3 cards in deck.
That's a
Sai has
devastating news.
survived the storm, and there is just nothing left from Henry. And I fully expected Henry to take this game.
Yeah, and Henry
Retake
just
match.
scoops. What an absolute masterclass by Sai. Truly playing to his outs, truly understanding all of the weather cards, and truly understanding that like I have a combo. This is a combo deck. The combo is if you have no frontline late game, and I have managed to generate a big sunny buff, then all I need to play is build the front line with my airplanes, and then I have a great target for my giant buff.
I mean, those Brewsters love the sun. Just fly in through sunny skies, no
Now Henry in
clouds.
a very dangerous spot, right? Because you can lose to a Heinz high roll very quickly, very easily, even in a matchup that might have been favored for you on paper, right? That is certainly a strong possibility as we get our third game in the set going here.
It's really the test. Anzac Hines, is it a thing, or has Sai just flown a little bit too close to the sun in all of his Brewsters?
Yeah, as soon as we get both the second hand spectator and the new matchup.
I wonder who's meant to be doing the second hand.
see a couple turns already here. And Henry with a very quick start. We also get to see here, right? We talked about this at length. Was this being the only Anzac Heinz? So now, not only do we have sort of like a not a full Heinz mirror, but Heinz versus Heinz. We have both flavors. It'll be very interesting to see if Sai just follows up with the other front and homeland. We just say this is the board state. This is the
Yeah.
board state for both of us. But no, instead going for a more of a tempo play, saying if you're gonna sack your turn 4 for future tempo, I'm gonna grab a little bit of tempo right now. Body blocker in the front.
Now we see the hunch roll. Pretty much the perfect answer for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful removal on that.
Oh, Panzer Grenadier. This is interesting. You really don't want to be bouncing that boy, but it's also really tempting to bounce that boy and put down a careless talk, and then you know it's going to die on its deployment.
That
And with
might
the
be.
dingo as well, you can stop your credits being suspicious because you'll be floating 1.
It's true. Setting up quite nicely. I got to imagine that is the play. Knows that if Heinz is wasting time playing big Henschels, that they are not getting their board developed with all of their little tanks, but instead going for a, I don't know, probably more conservative play here. Getting our Walrus out, getting some cheap movement, some cheap operation. None of these sunny days, exactly what Sai probably wants here. Henschel back in
Now
the
we
hand of Pender from
see.
last time, and a Panzergren. Some light
Yeah.
tanks. Able to put the Panzergren down and draw, which is probably a pretty good move, but no, we're just going to go right back to Henschel. And that is nice. Get that Walrus out of the way. Sure would be nice if Careless Talk would have made that a full trade.
Yeah, I mean the Walrus is the Anzac Svard, but unlike Lotta Svard, it is able to be killed.
And this is a nice turn for front and homeland, and that's actually a really nice combined arms on a dingo, right? That's a lot of value out of a dingo.
Yeah.
Obviously, getting +3/+3 out of combined arms is super nice. Now we're just gonna start to see some very big boys start to take shape. Holding the Yag Bomber is really nice. That big Panzergren can start to threaten and then get sent all the way back to hands, all the way back to 3/3. Henry
And
also really with these free tanks, he's just
yeah,
sort of waiting on a burst card. Could end quickly.
Sai's game just seems a little bit too slow. Seems like Henry is going to be running all over the place with these huge tanks. I think this Yag Bomber is going to have to do so much work here. It's going to have to lift so much of the weight. But a single Svard and this game is just
Yeah,
done.
Henry really preparing for a spree here. A breakthrough is an interesting card.
Though, yeah, this will allow us to either clear the board or take the front line, depending on where you want to send this. It's some extra credits in as well. I'd like to see a board clear. I'd really like to see a board clear. So shoot the unit
Yeah,
in the
and we
front
can
line, and then operate your bomber.
get a board clear and the
Uh,
draw off the Panzer. Should be pretty nice here.
I would have also liked to see this Kellistor. Try to snipe the Panzer Grenadiers if you're lucky. Float the 1K, try and snipe Panzer Grens.
Yeah, and using the breakthrough was definitely interesting there as well. Feels like there could have been maybe a better chance to get more value out of breakthrough, and you didn't need breakthrough to clear the board. So, uh, you know, different strokes for different folks there. And your ability to build a front line, even though you're playing Hines, is just as much of a defensive factor as an offensive factor when you're playing against Hines. I wanted to see
All
Henry
about
drop
that
the
front
fat
line.
board.
Gonna see the rally as well, just for the.
Yeah, and finds his own Yag Bomber.
It is awkward here. This is a really awkward situation for Henry because Sai's gonna have this whole turn just to. Are we? Are we activating it or not? Come on now. This is
Right back to a sunny sky. Not the greatest options. Conquest
the
is really nice
conquest
here.
for
It's going to be some
4
extremely cheap
cards.
draw.
Suppression as well.
Yeah, right into another draw and a combined arms on our combined arms deck. You might notice that there are 4 different unit types sitting
That
out
is
there
gonna
right
be
now. So we are rolling with the kind of
huge.
design that we wanted to
Oh
bring
my
to the
god, look at
table.
this. This is gonna be so much damage. Another.
Another combined
Oh!
arms. And all of that blitz that you were hoping to do for free,
It's
you're
so
not.
much.
Yeah,
10 damage.
gigantic
He's going
tank.
down to 1 health this turn.
10. The
Oh,
the poor man's poor man's super yag in the front line. And hey, we had one, so we're holding up that careless talk just at the end.
hey.
Henry gonna draw into an enigma that is not gonna be of much use. 9-10 is gone, but there's only 1 health left.
I mean, you gotta find a spot.
Two
You gotta,
planes, two,
yeah.
two planes to take care of as well. The bomber is blocked by the 1 health Yag bomber that could come
But the
into effect
fighter
here.
is not. The fighter just
Yeah,
doesn't
fighter's
care.
not.
This
I'm
is
not
it.
sure. Yeah, I don't see how you kill it.
No, I don't see it either. This is just it. There's no outs here. This is the
This
Anzac combined arms taking Sai to a decisive 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 of our most heralded players in our first match here. So, an incredibly like buoying win here for Sai's hopes, right? His decks performed really well. He obviously has played them to the nth degree. He's playing them extremely well, and that was a nutty set. That was really nice by Sai. He should be very proud of that set and very confident moving on.
No, yeah, that I mean that was just ridiculous. Multiple games it looked like there were points where Sai was in the back foot, and every time was just able to turn it around straight away. Just push the advantages and really game one, I think there could have been slightly more. I mean, the game was taken control of really well, but I'd like to see it end a little bit quicker. Game two and game three, absolutely no complaints. Sai performing really, really well, and I expect we'll see a continuation of their performance moving forward. But for now, we're going to take another look at the bracket, and then we are going to throw it back to our Canadian co-casters. See Sai against Henry, a decisive 3-0, and Henry is a very strong player, so Sai should be very happy with that. Next is going to be GG Master versus 66 Better, and then later we'll have Card versus So Blue, and then Hachi Man versus Cian. But for now, 66 Better versus GG Master with J King and Berto Burrito.
Alrighty, guys. So that was a much faster set than I was expecting, and especially not necessarily the outcome I was expecting, because Henry was the first seed from this, the only player to go 5-0 through Swiss. He beat Sai in Swiss, but that just shows different formats. Best of fives with the ban, it allows players to excel in different formats, and Sai is definitely a player with a lot of experience. And speaking of players with some experience, Birdo, who do we have for our viewers up next?
Well, I'd love to take you through 66 Better's deck lists and player card. Um, here we are. Most played Japan, favorite card, second rating brigade, certainly a long time staple there. 930 total matches, 69% win rate. Very good and efficient. First up, we have the Japan Zac, naturally. I really suspect this deck is going to be banned again, like we've talked about before. Nobody really targeting this deck with any counters. Next up, we have the Fast Heinz Finnish ally version, like we have just seen. Can definitely get into a spot where you're not quite going as fast as you need to by taking a turn off to play that front and homeland on turn 4 typically, but packs a very big punch if you can get going. And this next list I find very interesting. This US ANZAC aggro list, running things like the zero cost USauce in combination with the Dingo can provide very potent turn ones, which are obviously very, very scary. And lastly, we have the Britain ANZAC Minor. This version running Meteor as well, so it really gives you a late game win condition that just grows and grows, alongside lots of value in cards like the Coast Watchers, the Task Force 44, and of course some nice top end with cards like Queen's Own and the Anzac Spirit.
Alright, and now let's take a look at his competitor here in the quarterfinals, and that's going to be GG Master. We saw him show up in the summer tournament not too long ago, and there he fell in the quarterfinals, but making it to the top 8 is already quite the feat, and he's here to sort of improve on that and try to book his ticket to the World Championship. So similarly to 66 Better and our first two competitors, most played Japan, favorite card Shibata Regiment, so another staple of Japan, getting these anti-orders particularly good against nations like Britain. 62% win rate, 859 games. So very similar numbers to everyone else. These players are grinding, these players are getting their experience. Swiss record, 4-1. Let's take a look at his decks. So, he does have Japan, but unlike the other players, Japan is over on the right. So let's start with the first deck on the left, which is a deck we have not seen as of yet, and that is the USA Britain ramp. And if you're looking at what other people are playing, this ramp deck might be a little surprising. But let's walk through it. So it's a fairly heavy ramp deck. On the top end, you have Super Fortress, you have Professionals, you have Tiger Cat, and then you have these really, really slow cards that might seem deceptively cheap, like Michigan, American Guards. These are cards that you need a lot of credits to get going, but to help you with that, there's 3 War Machine, 4 Overcast, 2 War Bonds. These are going to help GG Master get his credits up to play these big cards. And then to help survive to that point, there's stuff like the number 46 Commando, the Honey, Fortification, 5th Ohio. And this deck is going to be potentially very weak, I think, against the very aggressive things like the German Finland Heinz, like the Japan Anzacs, but it should be potentially very powerful against the much slower Britain Anzac Meteor deck. So I think that is probably what this deck is intending to target. His second deck is a very classic deck we've seen a lot of so far, and that is the German Finland Heinz. Now, everybody has a slightly different way to build it. Some people run Prolonged Siege, some people run 2, some people don't run any. There's some Henschels in there. So you can see GG Master, he's on 1 Prolonged Siege, 1 Henschel. But otherwise, it's fairly standard. I think the most important thing is only 2 copies of that Panzer Grenadier that can snowball quite quickly. So that guy is very, very good in some of the slower matchups, but can be a bit slow in some of the faster matchups. So It's interesting to see how all of these players sort of decide on how to make these cuts to fit it into 40 cards. Then moving on to his third deck, we have Britain Anzac, and this is the Meteor deck. So this is going to be very, very slow, controlling. You're trying to draw out the game. You're trying to remove stuff, all of the things your opponent plays. And then eventually you win with Meteor. And that's the thing that prevents your opponents from just completely slow rolling you all together, because you will eventually win. And that forces them to try to commit to the board, try to end the game. And when they do that, you start playing down your massive, massive board clears. So you're playing down the Anzac Spirits, you're playing down the Forward Observers. There's 2 HMS Formidables, which is incredibly powerful with things like Gordon Highlanders or the Coast Watchers. And I think the power of this deck, at least in these matchups, is likely not the actual Meteor, because everyone has seemingly brought primarily aggro decks, so the power of this deck is just going to be the healing and the constant board clears and early game removal. And then moving on to the last deck, it is Japan Anzac, everybody's most played deck. Everybody having pretty similar builds to this. GG Master choosing to run the version with Sabe Regiment. We've seen some people run a version without Sabe Regiment, but in the end, it's 35 cards are fairly similar. And it's really using this second Pioneers to the maximum extent of its strength, which I think is a card that people slept on a lot compared to the summer tournament. So that's GG Masters decks. Let's see if the bans are in. And not too surprising, both players have banned Japan again. Yeah, what do you think of these bans, Berto? Is that about what you would have done?
Yeah, well, I was talking to you yesterday about how 66 Better didn't run the desperate measures in his Japan list, and I was speculating that he might be making his Japan deck a little bit worse on purpose to try to avoid the ban. I don't know if that's the case, but if so, it did not work. Still, the Japan getting targeted, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, this is a deck that we saw 31 out of 31 players in the qualifier have brought Japan Anzac, and all 8 of our players in the top 8 have brought Japan Anzac. This is what people have unanimously agreed is the most powerful deck in tournament right now. It's just very, very reliable. It's hard to counter. There are ways of countering it, but as we have seen, nobody is trying to do that. So I don't think it's that surprising to see it banned. It makes a lot more sense to just bring Japan Anzac and 3 really good decks against things that aren't Japan Anzac, and then not even bother trying to hard counter it. It's just too consistent, too reliable.
Yeah, and I was finding in testing with you, even the decks that, feel like they can deal with the aggro of the Japan Anzac, it's so difficult to deal with the Japanese research at the end of all of that pressure early on. Being able to go for the Kikos or go for the zeros just provides such an immense amount of value and pressure at the same time. It's incredibly difficult to deal with both.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of decks sort of have, is just a single card that offers you the value if the game goes late, and that's why control is so difficult in this format. But we see we are not going to be getting control. Game 1 is going to be a mirror of German Finland Heinz.
All right, for a second I saw 66 Better click on mulliganing the Nakshub, immediately unclicks it, showing that that was purely a misclick.
Now, how do you feel about keeping Lotus Fired in the mulligan? It's a very, very powerful card on curve, but if you're not keeping any other units, I suppose there's a risk of completely bricking.
Yeah, I agree with sending it back. I mean, I think it's just too important to hit like 1-drops, uh, especially in the mirror match here. Um, Although it makes it a little awkward to run out your 1-drops when your opponent has a 3-2.
Yeah, this tank is very, very good at just dealing with this stuff. I'm a little surprised 66 Better went for this line, but I suppose it gets your opponent to commit to spending their 2 credits trading, and it leaves you open for finding something like a Jaeger Regiment. or a second KFC. But that is
Yeah,
not the
but
case.
if you just play the max cube turn 1 and they push up and hit you for free, which I feel like happens fairly often, like you don't know they have any other 1-drops in hand or anything else to do, then you're able to trade in the KFZ, and then if they, trade on the next turn, then you've dealt with this very scary threat.
Yeah, this is a matchup that is likely going to be won more often than not with one player just having overwhelming board dominance. They just find the Lotus Fides when they need to, they hit the curve, and that allows them to make value trades. And there's not a lot of, well, there's basically no comeback potential for these decks. There's no weather cards in here. There's no ways to generate things to get out of this. There's no crossfires. If you lose the board, you just lose the board and rely on units trading to get it back. And this is
You
a
think
very sad
66
situation.
better is just going to slap at 3H here?
I honestly think he, well,
I think he should.
problem is it just gets traded for one.
Yeah, but like,
Your opponent's going to want to play Front and Homeland on turn 4. But the problem is you're going to want to play Front and Homeland on turn 4 as well. So this tank does not have Blitz, can't attack. That's just a spectator bug. But yeah, Front and Homeland, and 66 better. Does not get it drawn naturally, but if you think about it, it's just Enigma value, so.
okay, 66 better is freaking me out. With some people just click on cards when like they're in their hand without like playing them, and it stresses me out so much. I see that Blitzkrieg coming right out to the front of the board, and like, do you not get scared that like you'll have a mouse slip and let go, and you actually play it, and you lose the entire game immediately?
I have definitely
I
done
don't
that
know.
in a ranked game before, where I'm trying to play too fast, I accidentally play the card I top decked, which was I mean, very similar to 66 better situation. This would be a suboptimal turn to Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, that's understating it, certainly.
So it looks like GG Master is going to take the trade, get the 2 draws, get his discounted cards in hand, and picks up the Panzer Grenadier. That is a very important card to see. There is suppressions in 66 better's deck. There's ways that it can get dealt with, but in this situation, it is easily the most important card to see, just because it's going to snowball out of control. It's going to force your opponent to have the suppression.
Now, do you move up the Panzer Grenadiers, or do you leave it back to leave it protected a little bit and move up these weaker Jaegers?
I think it's honestly a very tough decision, because there's definitely ways that 66 better, there's cards in his deck that can blitz out and deal 4 into the front line, but at the same time, if that happens, you might just be fine with that. Just because of the commitment of resources and cards. 66 better just goes for the prolonged siege, does not like his hand. And,
Yeah, this feels like an okay set of hits. The second prolonged siege is going to be awkward, but everything else is okay.
yeah, I mean, he's considering just playing the Buzz Bomb now. You kind of don't need to, just because you can play it next turn for free, but maybe you're going to target a unit next turn depending on how sort of trades line up. Here for GG Bastard, I want to just see the Henschel Lotus Fide throw up everything. Just put his maximum pressure on the board.
Yeah, I like that. You are, getting not a lot of value out of the Henschel deployment. And after the prolonged siege, I feel like there's a decent chance that, your opponent's going to put up something of higher value to hit, but
So the first suppression is drawn, so that's going to be very good at dealing with this 7-8.
Conquest doesn't really do anything for this turn.
all tanks, which Conquest is only draw 1, no draw off the suppression. Combined Arms is only +1/+1.
Also makes it a little harder to play the Enigma, although it kind of feels like a game where this Enigma is probably not going to ever do anything unless your opponent finds a prolonged siege of their own.
Yeah, and that's one of the differences between these players' decks. Is 66 Better runs 2, GG Master only runs 1, but 66 Better is about to discard his second one, so.
Yep, both players approaching a point where draw could very much become an issue.
And GG Master is just stuck with these cards in his hand that did not get the discount, cards that were in his hand already when the front and homeland came out. And it's making it very difficult for him to fully empty out this hand if he's trying to avoid 66 Better getting any potential Enigma value. Although looking at 66 Better's hand, it is Enigma and then 2 cards you do not want to see with Enigma in your hand.
Yeah, you're telling me I have to pay for my cards? What a scam.
Yeah, that's not what this deck is about. So suppression stops the blitz tanks. Maybe would have been better to suppress the KFC to stop the attack buff, but
Yeah, I don't really get what that. That seems weird. I feel like the stats are like the only thing you care about. I
it
don't
does
know.
it does leave him with a large 2-op tank that does not give him blitz, and 66 Better hopefully knows that. Seems that is the case. Just throws out everything. And this is very much what I mean when I said at the start of this game that these matches ends up one player just having overwhelming board control. GG Masters can play out almost his entire hand, make 66 Better Enigma, do nothing, can trade out what's on board, and is left with just a ton of stats. In fact,
Yeah, it's hard to even imagine a sequence of draws for 66 Better here at this point that gets you back into this game.
I almost wonder if there was lethal there. Because you have what, 7 attack, 13. Yeah, I think GG Masters quite literally just missed lethal. He had so much pressure, but it's not gonna matter. There's 0 comeback potential for 66 Better here.
Yeah, right you are.
And yeah, 66 Better throws in the towel. GG Bastard taking game 1. I mean, just started first and knew what he had to do in that matchup, kept pressure on board. Draws did not go 66 Better's way. And that's going to be GG Master taking the first game.
Started first, knew what he had to do. Exactly. He knew he needed to start first. You got it.
Yeah, I mean, 66 Better had that back pretty early on, well, like from turn 1, but just did not really have the cheap trading units to get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah,
Now,
I was going to say it felt like he played as if he was going to draw the right cards to take advantage of the situation and then just didn't draw those
and
cards.
granted, this deck does draw a lot of cards very quickly, so not necessarily like incorrect for him to play as if he will get the right cards, but he certainly did not. But this is going to be a very different matchup because this is GG Master on ramp, and we played a lot of this ramp deck last night when we were testing out how these decks were going to go, and it's incredibly heavy. You often get stuck with these really, really bad slow cards in your hand that do not help you against these faster decks whatsoever. But it's not a 90-10 matchup by any means. The ramp deck is able to just curve out and get a few well-timed board clears. This 5th Ohio, one of the most important cards to get out early.
If Ohio is just nuts. Like, it provides so much when you find it early.
It's very reminiscent of Raiding Brigade in Japan or Audacity in Days of Old, where it's just if you can play it on turn 3, it's the biggest tempo swing in the game on turn 3. But speaking of tempo swings, 66 Better has a lot of 0-op tanks. Now, you can trade out the honey, but are you really just going to throw everything up?
And just get farmed by this Ohio.
Doesn't even trade the honey, leaves the tanks. Potentially trusting in a top-decked Panzer Grenadier. Or waiting to get more value out of this tank that grows with the drawn cards, because he is going to draw 2 cards next turn, unless he gets very unlucky.
Now, this is a pretty major decision point for GG Master, because I feel like drawing is reasonable, just playing the Mosquito is reasonable, even just slapping the second Michigan is not bad.
Yeah, I like the idea of just playing one of your big units, because it's just, you've been given an opportunity to get something on the board, and that's what this ramp deck can struggle with sometimes, is having things on the board to trade before your opponent kills you. And I like the idea of getting the Mosquito down. The ambush means it's very unlikely that your opponent's going to trade it off. Here's a question. If 66 Better did Buzz Bomb and drew Blitzkrieg, is that lethal? I'm not saying
I
it's
was
the
thinking
correct line to go for, but
I was thinking of Buzz Bomb, draw a Jaeger regiment, and then you can combined arms on one of these KFZs and trade into the value trade into the fighter.
that would also be quite good. 66 Better chooses to push up these KFCs. And, I mean, GG Bastard probably just draws and then kills 2 of these tanks.
Yeah, unless you're really optimistic about your opponent not having suppression. Then you can
Jasko's
just
a big
slap
pickup.
the...
He can set up the turn 7 triple Jasko. That unironically might be enough to end the game.
I don't know that that's true. When your opponent runs 3rd Panzer Grenadier.
That's true. Okay, going for another prolonged siege. Got some good stuff, but not good for this turn. I imagine he's just going to attack face and end turn.
Combined arms are +1/+1 is not that bad. I mean, it's +2/+1 essentially.
Yeah, gets the value trade on the 5th Ohio. I suppose that's reasonable. You have a second combined arms in hand. This combined arms does feel like it's going to be necessary to get rid of this Mosquito that's just going to sit here and farm. And GG Master, I think, should go for the Commando to remove this tank with the Blast, and that way you can get down one of your 5-cost cards, probably the Black Watch.
Yeah, Blackwatch seems very nice. I mean, even if your opponent does have the suppression in hand, that's, costing 2 more. And, if you're bringing your opponent from 6 credits down to 4 credits, that's a huge difference in a turn like this.
Yeah, this is when we were playing these matchups yesterday. Blackwatch came down, and the Heinz player just felt terrible. Even if you had the immediate suppression, it's still just a 2 to 3 credit tax. Well, a 2 credit tax, I suppose, on the turn. And this is a deck that wants every single credit it can get early in the game. Mosquito to the front line is quite interesting, because that's actually going to stop this Panzer Grenadier from being able to grow big enough, fast enough to deal with this.
Yeah, it's a pretty wacky line, but I like it. And, it sets up the second Michigan to start printing a few credits next turn. I'm still not convinced that it's actually better than just playing Blackwatch, but
Yeah, perhaps not. 66 better here. He can deal with the mosquito. Now, do you push this up? Either way, though, the Michigan credit printer is going to start next turn, and especially if he pushes this up, he can get it up to 7
yeah,
attack
what? 7 attack?
or 7 health. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I mean, GG Bastards can still deal with it fairly easily if that goes for that line, and he does not. I mean, just play Blackwatch, right? Get 2 Blackwatches.
Yeah, I mean, seems good. Uh, could do that and then play Blackwatch.
That is true. Just goes for the I have no idea what the name of that card is, if I'm gonna be completely honest. The Tropic Lightning. But it still leaves the 6/6 body, and at that point, that's sort of what you're looking for, is just getting these big bodies in the way.
Yeah, it does seem like it will do enough. But I mean, there's definitely still play in this game for 66 better.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was expecting the combined arms to come out on there, but I guess this way lets him farm even more stats out of his Panzer Grenadier here. And he seems rather all in on this Panzer Grenadier, and it makes sense because GG Bastard does not have access to suppress outside of forecasting for the rain suppress card, and not a lot of single target removal. It's really just that naval battle to destroy all odd units, which would be quite good in this situation.
So if you were able to ramp twice, you have a 3/3 and an 8/8, which perfectly trade out this Panzer Grenadier.
And that seems to be GG Master's plan here, because Overcast draws Overcast, and that is going to let him trade out the Panzer Grenadier. It does, unfortunately, give 66 better 2 additional draws, and he still has a 7/1 that gives all his
Yeah.
tank splits.
Now, 66 better, he did have the option to trade out the Tropic Thunder in the front line with his Panzer Grenadier, move up this Panzer 3H, and attack the Tropic Thunder, Tropic Lightning in the back line. Which, it seems like it would have been more effective in this specific situation we find ourselves in.
But it seems like GG Master might not see the second line, and does not have enough time to get through the forecast animations. So, unfortunately, he's just going to go for 1-2-3's Jasko, try to stave off the bleeding.
Oh, and this is so much worse than getting the +2/+2 on
Yeah,
board.
there
Even
is no way
if
this is
you
savable.
didn't trade the 1/1 and got the +2/+2 on everything, I mean that would be something, but
Yes, this is quite a lot over lethal. 2 Jaskos are not going to save you here. And a misstep from GG Bastards gives 66 better the game. Now, 66 better might have still had lethal anyways. That was a lot of damage coming through. With the Blitzkriegs, all these tanks get blitz. But at the very least, the Panzer Grenadier would have been gone. The 21 attack Panzer Grenadier. And yeah, we see the 2 Heinz decks getting wins. We see why all of our players here today have brought this deck. Well, versions of this deck, I suppose. And we see the ramp deck struggling a bit, but 66 better still has Meteor, and that's the matchup GG Bastard is going to be looking for.
yeah, you say struggling, but if it wasn't for that one misstep at the end and for 66 better just not having seen the, Blitzkrieg at that specific time, then the game's completely won, right?
That's a good point. Another point about this ramp deck is it seems to just magnet Fifth Ohio to the top of the list in ways that other US decks do not. So if I had a US deck that always had Fifth Ohio for turn 3, I'd probably bring that list as well.
And yet somehow I feel like it never finds the War Machine on turn 2.
Now, GG Master does not find the commando to deal with this dingo, so that's going to give 66 better another draw.
I do really feel like I prefer this USS Sullivan's here to the Coast Watchers.
Well, I'm happy that if he goes for the Coast Watchers line, he draws first.
True.
Now, I'll be very curious to see what we see picked in terms of weather. Also goes
Blue
for
sky
Sunny.
hits the scorching sun.
Yes, this was a topic of much interest to me because when I've been playing these decks, I've been going for Storm more often than not. There's a few matchups where you really just want to go for Scorching Sun, and I suppose this is one of them, where the US deck does not have a lot of board clears. Does find the turn 2 War Machine, though.
Making me eat my words. Are you really playing Honey over it? I guess it makes some sense, because if you're able to trade with this Honey and War Machine, it's really good. But you're not necessarily going to be able to trade with the Honey.
Yeah, there's a lot of buffs in the deck from 66 better. A lot of ways to make that a go to 3 attack.
Even,
3 health.
like, just getting the Seahawk down. Although, getting Fifth Ohio on a Seahawk feels pretty good.
It does mean this dingo sticks around and is going to draw even more cards.
Yeah, and the longer you can delay your opponent from playing the War Machine on turn 2, the better.
Yeah, this is GG Master getting punished for going for the Honey rather than the War Machine last turn. Well,
Sort of.
I suppose not. It depends if he has anything to do on next turn for 5 credits.
Yeah, and I mean, getting the War Machine down and operating both of these units once, I mean, feels pretty decent still.
I mean, surely you're going to play one of these buff cards. That is not the one I was
surprising to me.
expecting. Now he goes for
Now-
Rain.
Rain also surprises me.
Yeah, all of these players have no respect for Storm. I'm very curious. To me, Storm is the most consistent option. It's a lot of cards you're happy with. You're always fine getting removal pieces.
I do suppose with the Rain, you have the opportunity to get the suppress, which could be relevant on a lot of the units that the US deck can produce, like the Seahawk, like the Professionals.
That is true. Hack on 5th Ohio. He could go for the Blitz Tank, trade out the Honey. He has the USOS to get that stats up. You can also just trade it out with the Walrus, but that messes with your curve a bit.
Back to Sunny.
And a second Scorching Sun. Well, that is really the only card you're looking for when you pick Sunny. You're just rolling the dice and say I have a 1 in 3 to get the good Sunny card. And we've seen a lot of players choosing to go for that line, but I suppose if you forecast enough, you're bound to get it at least one of the times, and you only really need it once.
Doesn't even take it, goes for the 2 cost.
I find Sunny suffers more than any other weather in the limit of 1 weather card per turn. Because oftentimes I end up with like a lot of attack buff burst cards in my hand from Sunny, and then you just can't play them all in one turn. But this does seem like a very good turn to go for the +3/+3 Scorching Sun.
Yeah, and it enables you to trade out this fighter without having to worry about the ambush, which is really nice.
You could even go face.
You could even go face, that's true.
Because it's a 2-credit tax, and 4 attack is not like a particularly good breaking point here. There's no ways to easily increase the attack of these units for GG Master.
Counter-Strike is really good. Well, I guess you have the Dingo, so you're able to play around it pretty easily.
Now, that is true. Do we think 66 better will play around that? Probably, if he sees his
if your opponent's
hold
holding
2
up 2 credits, I mean, it's an open decklist tournament. You have to do your due diligence at least a little bit.
And do we know which of the 2 credit study options is that? Is that the reduce operation cost or the +2 attack one? Floats 4 credits. If we don't see this dingo come out immediately, I will be shocked.
Oh, it'd be really funny if he neglects to play around it, though.
It would be very funny.
It does not appear that we live in that world, and, you know, better for the tournament that he respects the opponent. Alright, it is the +2 attack one.
And does his proper due diligence. Attacks with Dingo first. It would have been lethal otherwise, but GG Master is going to survive on 2 health for a single turn because there's no way to deal with this 6/12 Coastmasters.
Coastmasters.
That's probably what the card's called. Oh, the naval battle gets picked up just a little bit too late. Never really got these forecasts online. And that's going to be GG Master bowing out for game 3 here. Another loss on the ramp deck.
Now, here's where it all comes together. The ramp deck into the Britain, though. Now, that's a matchup.
That is the matchup he must be looking for if he's bringing this ramp deck. And how do you feel about this matchup? Do you think it is truly ramp favored to the extent that he's comfortable having this deck against the rest of these aggro lineups?
Well, I haven't tested the matchup enough to really get a grasp on what the win rates are, but I'm going to idiotically make a bold claim regardless and say that I think it's maybe about 65-35 in favor of the ramp.
That's probably about where I would put it, just guessing on very limited data. I think the ramp deck is just able to put out so many big units and so much stats that the Meteor deck isn't able to deal with it. And the way that we see these Meteor decks being built is they're not fully committed to drawing. They're not like emptying the deck by turn 12. They're much slower than previous versions of Meteor or versions of Meteor you might see on ladder. And I think that's going to be definitely to increase the win rate against all of these aggro decks because you're running more board clears, you're running more defensive tools. But against this ramp deck, I think your only win condition is Meteor. And by having a slower Meteor deck, it's not going to work out. And I think GG Master is probably just going to run this deck over. And here is the opening hands. GG Master looks like he might keep Overcast to do Overcast into War Bonds and find Fifth Ohio for the third game in a row in the opening hand. His 66
Yeah.
better's best chance at winning is there's a few draw denial tools in this deck. There's some MI5s, there's some Fog of Wars, and GG Master's deck doesn't have the most card draw. So I think that's really like his primary win condition is just slow him down to one card at a time. Don't let him get a big hand. Don't let him get lots of stuff at once.
Wait, this Overcast overdraws, right? Wait. No, it doesn't.
It would put 66 better to 9, but
Yeah, my bad. Maybe it overdraws this next turn when he plays Plan alone. Well, I guess if you draw the Pioneers no longer.
wasting the
Wait, oh, wait, what?
to generate a blast, I suppose.
Well, he generates a blast anyways, right?
If he just played Plan, well, that's true because
the plan's gonna cost 0 instead with the Pioneer.
I don't actually
it's
know
just
how that
to
works
empty
off
the
top of
hand?
my head. If it would cost 1 or cost 0, because Pioneer is to a limit of 1.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, maybe.
So
And I mean, it clears hand size
production into
anyways.
a blast. And honestly, I feel like I'd rather have the production. But 66 better is running a bit of ramp of his own, and he's got it in his hand. I'm surprised. I would be surprised to see if he doesn't go for it, but of course he will. And is now actually ramped ahead of GG Master, the ramp deck.
Well, for a turn.
And surely this is going to be a storm. Okay. I suppose there's an argument for rain. Honestly, if he goes for the discard rain that makes you both players discard the top 2 cards, that could be a way to win because his cards are not that good. And GG Master's biggest cards are very, very big. And I am being corrected that Pioneer no longer has the reduced to a minimum of 1 effect. That was a while ago and got changed. So he absolutely could have just had it cost 0.
Yeah, so I guess just the hand size consideration. Although, yeah, you were saying that you would prefer the production. You could have even used the blast on your own Pioneer.
I mean, you could also blast the honey.
Well, yeah, the honey was on the board at that point. My bad. And then you would have been able to play your Anzac ramp and then production for, your other Anzac ramp on the single turn.
Goes for
Which would have
again.
On turn 4, which would have been pretty nuts.
Yeah. It would have given him a very big credit advantage. What do you reckon he picked on that rain option?
To be honest, I didn't even really absorb what the options were.
I missed what the 4K option was. I think it was pin. The 2K option was suppress and draw, which I would be very tempted in because of this professionals. And the other one was +2/+2 for all of your infantry, which I would be very shocked if he picked.
Now, J King, you said that GG's Masters deck doesn't have very much draw in it, but have you considered ramping up this US research all the way to penicillin and then American guards on the penicillin, and then you can burn your entire library?
I was playing actually a game of this deck on ladder last night, and I got into that exact same situation, but it was for the health, not the draw. and I still lost. So take that how you will. Misses the Thunderstorm. Decided that he wanted the plan over the blast, and that's going to be maximizing the draw here, which is very important if he's going for this meteor wind condition, which he most certainly is.
That's a lot of blasting.
Surely you just MI5 here, the credit efficient. I mean, you're not playing the. I guess you could go for the Atlantic Convoy and just blast your own units to avoid overdrop.
What? Sorry, I can't remember the name of the card at the exact moment. Surely that card is not named Atlantic Convoy, though.
Protected Convoy.
Okay.
It's a convoy.
Well, I'm just picking Atlantic Convoy. Isn't that the one that
Yeah, it's a very
generates
different card.
infantry? Yeah.
We see this research start going. 66 Better has his Anzac cards loaded up where he wants them, so he's going to be able to get a lot of healing out very quickly, and he already has a lot of healing. Now, the thing I'm most curious about is if this British research is going to turn into a synthetic rubber to get the meteor growing faster, or if it's going to just turn into the first stage, just draw an extra card, get meteor, get an empty deck faster.
What about active sonar? I mean, your opponent's hand is so large. I mean, you have to think about it.
Biscuit Boys. I completely missed that in 66 Better's deck. I assume that's a one of. Is he... No, it's a two of. 2 copies of Biscuit Boy, so that's actually going to allow him to generate even more health. And lets him clear up room in his hand to potentially play this Spirit next turn. Get the 2 draw, get the additional credits. Copies Tiger Cat.
It surprises me a little bit. Because I really thought sort of the whole purpose of the American Guard is to increase the stages on this research and then, nuke your opponent 4 times.
Or copy Counter-Strike. Get two shots.
Or that, yeah.
The Counter-Strike is actually a very, very important card because 66 Better doesn't run Dingo. So it's going to be very, very difficult for him to play around it. I mean, yeah, surely you just take the draw with the forward observers. You see the 6 cost, the Monsoon Rain in 66 Better's hand is the both players discard their 2 most expensive cards or remove the 2 most expensive cards. I'm not sure what the ones in GG Master's hand are. I would assume he has gone for the +2/+2 on your infantry if he picks 6 cost.
For a second, I thought you meant you didn't realize what the 2 most expensive cards in 66 Better's hand were. And I was like, it's not too hard, you just gotta count up to 8.
I imagine this Anzac Spirit is gonna come out. Just because you don't want to discard that. 2 draw. And gives you a bit more credit slots. And I believe the 2 cost one is suppress. So he could suppress the Seahawk first to just get the additional damage in on the units. Chooses not to go for the blast his own unit for 0 damage because of the the Seahawk. That's an interesting line. Doesn't go for the discard. Gets the Anzac Spirit off. I was saying he shouldn't do that previously, but I suppose he discards his opponent's research before they get up to nukes. Or penicillin. Both would be problematic. So I imagine that it's coming out this turn.
I'm a little surprised by pushing up that bomber slash fighter. Just because I feel like denying the front line doesn't really matter that much against 66 better on this deck.
Yeah, going for the suppress on the Tiger Cat does mean that he can't play the discard Monsoon Rain because you can only play one weather card per turn. He can go for the HMS Formidable. He has a chance to full clear the board. He misses it, but that's you're happy that the bomber's gone. Got out the two bigger units. And picks up. I expected him to go for the second Formidable. But actually this these bombers will let him play around Counter-Strike. So very important pickup actually for 66 better and very good forward thinking on that.
Now, am I missing something? Or if you were going to go for the HMS Formidable, why suppress the Tiger Cat? Is it just that you're looking for something specific off the draw that you didn't hit?
It's possible that he's looking for a specific card. Maybe hadn't thought through his line yet.
Because now you're really regretting not having suppressed the Seahawk.
Yeah, this Seahawk's getting a bit out of control. I mean, surely you just Fog of War the... Well...
This is scary.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the wave after wave. I guess. But if he plays two Seahawks at the same time, wave after wave doesn't immediately deal with that.
And he can do that. He can just do Seahawk, Seahawk, Mosquito.
That's a lot of mosquitoes. It's like me when I go camping in Northern Ontario, just surrounded by them.
Alright, the Mosquito takes out the first of the Biscuit Boys. I mean, you can wave. There's no Seahawk on board yet, so you can kill this Mosquito and Honey with a wave.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of torn in two directions. You want to wave when the Seahawks aren't on board, but you kind of want to keep your wave so you can deal damage to the Seahawks.
And 66 better is down to 4 cards in deck, I believe, now. So that Meteor is going to start growing very quickly. I imagine you just take the suppress here because it says draw. But
Seems reasonable.
actually,
I mean, you know your opponent has.
Fog of War and Seahawks means you're like, these bombers are never connected to the HQ. So if GG Master can find Counter-Strike, 66 better it's just over.
Yeah, and I mean, Tropic Lightning, yeah, if you find something like a War Bonds.
It's odd 66 better played the blast that turn. Or they discard all of their weather cards here. I mean, I guess you could Meteor... if you go the Meteor fast enough, you can do Meteor to kill the Seahawks, and I think that's what he's going to go for. You just turn Synthetic Rubber, attack Meteor into one of these Seahawks.
Makes a lot of sense. Surely you're not going to hit the HQ here. He's thinking about it.
I mean, surely you save the suppress for. Well, I mean, your meteor is going to be so big, it's not going to matter. The meteor is just going to be able to crush any units in the way. Um, and yeah, it's looking like 66 better has navigated this matchup very, very well. GG Master, this is looking a bit rough. You can go for the Tropic Thunder and then hope you rip a credit gain quickly.
Yeah, that's the key word here, quickly. If you don't find something in probably the next draw, I think you're just about out of luck.
I think I would have liked to see him go for Mosquito and then Tropic Lightning last turn rather than pushing up, just to have the Mosquito on board. Because now you want to play more units onto the board so you can start actually dealing damage to the enemy HQ, but like, because the Meteor is too big already, you can't, I mean, his thought, he doesn't know about this, HMS Illustrious here. So he thinks that if he just draws Counter Strike, he wins and can't lose. Although,
Achievement completed.
yeah, he kind of needs to draw it next turn, or this is going to be over.
Well, War Bonds did something last turn, but no longer.
And this is going to be a rather rapid 3-1 victory for 66 better. Just has to play Land Girls, draw the Meteor.
The meatiest of meteors here.
Twig Face for 48. And even had the Biscuit Boys to test for it. And that's going to be 66 better, taking it over GG Master, booking his spot in the semifinals. And that means, I believe that should be 66 better has now guaranteed himself a World Championship it was qualification spot, which he did not previously have. So 66 better must be very, very happy with that outcome. And honestly, very well played in that last set, or that last match. X really navigated that game. And I mean, GG Master, we said that ramp deck was going to struggle. And he lost 3 times in a row with it. So that's unfortunate for him. And also very, very unfortunate for So Blue, who also has a very, very similar US Britain ramp deck waiting to play up next. So let's take a look at the bracket and see what's waiting for us on the lower half. So we can see, waiting for tomorrow in the semifinal, we have Psy versus 66 better. That's going to be an absolutely fun match to watch. 2 very, very good players. And the next match up next is going to be KARDS versus So Blue. And that will be handled by none other than Innocent Bubbles and Thanatron. So you guys can take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Such an exciting series. We see the weather not always what we expect it to be. Expecting a little bit more of the stormy weather, but the sun and rain has instead been creating rainbows that have allowed a quick advancement to the semi-finals. But first, we have some more matches to get through. We're going to be doing KARDS versus Sober, and I believe you're going to be taking us through So Blue's deck. So if you want to take us straight into those, and we will see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we have Saw Blue with a very impressive 70% win streak on 1,000 matches. Really great Swiss record as well, 4-1. A player that I am not too familiar with at all. So storming through a season and a Swiss like that is very impressive. And of course, as a favorite card, that extremely annoying Jagdpanzer 4 can destroy your whole hand. Really unfortunate thing to see sometimes. Not played too much anymore. Let's go ahead and see. And as J King said, we see maybe someone that was maybe training with GG Master, certainly of a similar thought. They have a very, very similar ramp deck. Perhaps the exact same, except for you'll notice that Lou does not run that Jazzco, which is honestly an interesting cut out of all the things that you could cut, right? So we just saw a player struggle tremendously to find a win on a ramp deck, and it basically cost them their tournament life. We will have to see if it fares better for Lou. Moving on, we have a meteor deck here that we also just saw in the last match. Extremely similar here with your Anzac ramp, your big meteor, and all of your neutral package as well. And then moving to decks that we've seen a ton of in this set, or I'm sorry, in this tournament already, right? These are probably our two basic building blocks of your strategy here. We have our Heinz deck, which this one is a thin deck, so we have our Svards and then just the single Prolonged Siege, which seems to be how our players are preferring to build this now. For a while it was only the Svards, and then relying on Enigmas, but now we often see that single Prolonged Siege, which I think is very nice, very smart. And then we see what is been banned all day and probably going to be banned once again, that Japan Anzac deck. So we're not going to spend too much time on that. You've seen it all over ladder, and honestly, you're probably not going to see it much in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting banned over and over again. I would expect to see it get banned once again, but let's see what card has to match up against. What card has to match up against this, sorry. And Jagdpanzer 4, again.
Loser has to find a new favorite card. Winner of this gets to claim it. Loser's got to find a new favorite card. I'm sorry, boys. It's the way of the road.
How it works. Loser's Jagdpanzer 4 gets turned into a production. The winner gets to keep it. But also 70% win rate, Swiss record 4-1. Very similar stats here from our players.
Yeah.
Most played being Japan. Japan very, very popular at the moment. Let's see if these players, their decks are as similar as their player profiles. KARDS decks. And we see the Soviet Union making its representation, not without Anzac. Anzac very popular at the moment. We see this incredibly unique and interesting Soviet deck. We've got 0 credit cards with the 5/5/4, and then we've got things like victory banners at the other end. We've got the Matilda Frog in here. We've got Respite in here. This is, I think, one of the most interesting and unique decks of the tournament. It can only be described as Soviet Anzac mid-range, and I'm really curious to see how this deck plays. It's just something which I'm greatly looking forward to, and there's nothing else like it today. So super excited to see this deck and to see what combos this manages to pull out, and what I've missed here when going through this deck, because there's always something with these decks. You think you understand it by looking at it, and then the player pulls out this trick halfway through the match and you just didn't even see it coming. We then see the classic decks we expect. We see this Heinz deck, you know, with the Finn ally, trying to take advantage of Lotus Sword and Prolonged Siege. Very powerful deck, very popular for a while. We do see the inclusion of Combined Arms, which a few players have decided to bring today. It's a very interesting inclusion, maybe just deciding that they need a little bit more of those buffs. So, you know, an interesting change to the deck, but not much evolution. Still very much the same deck. We then see the Brit Anzac control deck with the Meteor. Like Jakin said earlier, one of the main things which this deck is bringing to the table is its ability to fight back against the board. You've got a lot of control tools, and then you just have the Meteor for those occasional matchups where you do need that late game win con. But this deck's main sort of highlight is just its ability to control the board and control the game. We do see 2 MI5s, which is very interesting. Against Heinz, you can reset one of the costs of one of their cards and slow down them finding sort of their Enigma and Prolonged Siege. But you also don't want to be spending 3 credits just to manipulate a bit of card draw against Heinz, because then they'll simply run you over on the board. We then see Janzak. I don't want to spend too long on this as it's going to get banned. You know this deck by now. If you don't know this deck by now, then you're going to see it soon enough on ladder, as it's one of the most popular decks and one of the most powerful decks in the game at the moment. Let's see if our players have their bans ready.
Yeah, you better believe they do, and you better believe there's no guesswork here.
There you go.
Once
Japan
again.
and Japan.
Yeah, both times. So we said at the top of the program we were going to see this Soviet deck for sure. There was no way it was going to get banned. It was going to be something that had to get played. So we will see if that is something that Card starts out with, or if something that he maybe waits till the end. I did get to play some ladder games with it, and it is quite fun, and it actually has some surprising stopping power. I was really able to stomp some people with it, but that was also in some pretty low ranks. So how it fares against hard meta, right, is like a totally different story. So it'll be
I
very
think
interesting to see.
an interesting thing as well is reps. These other decks, players have lots and lots of reps against them. You're gonna know how to play against all of these decks, other than the Soviet list. Even the USA list, you're gonna have reps against. This Soviet list, not many people are going to be planning for this. It's quite a difficult deck to understand how to beat just at a glance, because it's so different to everything else. You likely think you know how to beat it, and then it pulls something out and just catches you off guard. Now we see Heinz against Brits.
Yeah,
And
Meteor Hines is like probably the most common. Well, no, because it's neither is Janzak. But if you take Janzak out, this is probably the most common, like sort of like ladder matchup or like meta matchup that you can really get
what?
into right here.
What a matchup where the Heinz deck does not keep Heinz, it does not keep Nashub, and it does not keep Lotus Svart. Three of the deck's key cards, and not keeping back any of them. Apparently, the Soviet list was actually much more popular in the qualifiers, but was not so successful in the qualifiers. See if it can have a better performance on the main stage.
Yeah, our statistical department doing great work.
Running the numbers. They are, unfortunately, to be thematic, stuck with one of the giant computers from the 1940s. It takes up an entire room.
That's why it takes them so long.
They've actually been calculating that since the qualifiers took place. Look at this. Rally for
Rally just to
draw.
draw.
Feels bad. But, you know, turn 4's coming around. We're going to have our front and homeland, and then we're going to start popping off. We're not in a rush here. We got time. We may be fast, but we're not in a rush.
Big rain for Card. Big 6-cost rain. We are, you know, Mother Nature's been a very fickle mistress so far today, which can only continue. Both of these players really just measuring the field right now. Both happy to sort of mind their P's and Q's.
That weather card, by the way, it's the one that sets the cost, the operation cost and the stats of all units to 2. So, you know, if you do that post Lotus Svart, that just completely bricks a wall of tanks. Obviously, they are still threats, but it just really slows them down.
Not only slows them down, but if timed properly, can wipe a lot of buffs off the board as well. It's very easy for those. Maybe not necessarily the damage side, but a lot of those tanks starting out at a 1-3 body, and obviously Svard gonna pump that up. So taking a bunch of 4 health units down to 2 health, you start to be able to pull some miracles. Beautiful Noxshib kill there is also going to make sure that Heinz sort of stays in its place. Doesn't go buck wild on you.
It's only a matter of time. Heinz deck, they can't help them. And I'd be tempted to set everything to 2/2s already. You've seen a lot of Svart.
Yeah, and you
setting
also
your
get
units
some,
to 2/2s is
yeah,
nice.
some nice buffs, yeah, as well.
Yeah, make everything a 2/2.
You could even move up one of the infantry first, as you are getting a nice Coast Watcher dollar discount. And that might not be there for you next turn. Looks like it really won't be there for you next turn. But, oh, no, it'll be there. Second Coast Watcher, of course. Storm this time, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we see 5 damage to a random enemy, 3 damage to an enemy and repeats, and 5 damage to a random enemy was the one that was taken. Not the most impressive things there.
Yeah. Thunderstorm kind
saying,
of
that could be a
goes
2-2
and
right now.
came and went. Could be a 2-2 right now. Fast times would be nice if we had more than one tank. 2 growing Panzergrens, though, against these small units is certainly going to help us. But at some point, it's going to be one of these draw bombs. One of these
Yeah, but
pick up a glut of cards. It's going to have to turn this around for Lou.
I mean, wave after wave is gonna wipe these. Wipe the slate clean. And you've got 2 options now on how you can deal with the board. Wave after wave, or you can set everything to 2. And both of them are pretty appealing. I think you got to set them all to 2.
I was gonna say, I think you have to set everything to 2.
Yeah, it's too big for
Takes
the
the
wave.
2-cost Thunderstorm, but actually mills it due to having 8 in his hand and then drawing a 9th off of the top of his deck in his draw phase to start his turn. That is a little disappointing, but plenty of good options here for card.
I'd be
And
tempted to just full wipe the board as well, because these Panzer
Yeah.
Grenadiers will grow again. Like, it's gonna happen. Just, or at least clear as much as you can. So I don't know why full wipe came to mind, as if there were 9 credits instead of 7. Oh, I wanted to see a trade. Feels risky. Oh, we
yeah, I
got the
would have liked
second
to see a
blast,
trade
sorry.
too,
We
but I
can,
was going to say we
can
can
get
double
it.
blast. Yep, double blast will kill 1 at least.
And it's something. It's getting there. However, we're gonna see some big draw now. I'd like to see either the prolonged siege or the Panzer come down first. I think the prolonged siege is the way. I know there's a huge hand here, but saving the Panzer until after you've played other units is just so appealing to me.
Right, and with the way that you're the whole reason you're bringing Prolonged Siege is so that you don't have to rip your Enigma in a way where it will not draw as much because of all the other cards. So yeah, I would have
You've got
definitely
2 of
liked the
them.
siege, but you have 2 of them, and obviously 4 draw for 4 credits is great every
Oh,
time. That it's very good, very
here
hard
come
to
the
complain about
tanks.
4 draw. Here come the
And you can
tanks.
actually get them out of wave after wave range. You can get them out of the wave after wave.
Yeah,
And
big
I mean,
Heinz here.
likely, yeah, likely they'll still get removed. There's going to be a lot of interesting, taking it a bit slow, because there are going to be a lot of blasts. For
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Panzer down and buffed instead. But then you're also maybe not pulling the blitz off of that you might be able to on a single turn play. But there was 2 credits left, and instead of damage to face, I think I would have preferred just rocking our buffs. And we get blown out by wave after wave. So yeah, obviously I guess the point that I just said even dumber now. But it would have been at 5 health.
Now we're going to see. Oh, got to get rid of that. Yeah, these blasts are so annoying. Makes it so difficult to play around the unit health thresholds, because they'll just get blasted anyway. And dump
Yeah,
as
now the
much
hand's
of that
starting
hand.
to equalize as well, so we're going to continue to dump. And the next Blitzkrieg is going to look pretty nice. And we're still doing little bits of damage. Honestly, working real nice here by Lou. Certainly has played this deck a lot. There's been some times in this
Yeah.
game where I think even my intuition was quite wrong. So really nice to see. Some really nice piloting.
It's very close to, I mean, you pop one of these big draws and you potentially just end the game that turn. So
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think
Especially with
Lou,
Thick Henschel sitting back here.
yeah, I really think you've
That's
got
not
to,
nothing either.
Monty this backline, and that kind of clogs up the backline quite a bit. And got to get moving. What are we putting back on the deck? Gonna be the tank. I'd have almost preferred to put the infantry back on top of the deck, because now you
Yeah,
know they have a tank which can run around the board. The infantry is going to be forced to be slow. It can give additional draw, but I mean, there's no lack of cards here.
Yeah, and you could, well, nope, not maybe not the turn to rip conquest, as we only have 2 unit types down, but as soon as we get one of these free, I mean, honestly, we could go frontline free infantry and then rip conquest, and then once again, we're getting some really nice draw value.
Yeah. It's very difficult to keep
Yeah,
up
that's
with
exactly what
this.
we're gonna do. And a combined arms right now
Ooh. The zero
is
cross
deadly.
okay. I have been so convinced. I'm so convinced by these combined arms. They've done so much work.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Front
could
and
just keep
homeland
roaring
obviously
if we
making
want.
it a free buff, and you're already designed to be wide and diverse. Oh, the suppression, and now we're drawing
Hurry.
again, and you're losing your fury. And we're drawing more free tanks.
All right,
Looking
show us what
good.
you got, card, because it is the hour of action.
Yeah, the bit of board damage here is gonna be nice. Board observer is gonna make some of this math a little easier. Big Henschel still looming as well. Oh, yeah, Task Force 44 for that. That's great. Weather for next turn. So Card doing a pretty good job to dig himself out of this hole. It's just that Lou is going to be able to dig a new hole for him as soon as his next turn starts. So how long can he outrun this? Oh yeah, and that will generate a blast, right? So it's a very nice full board
There's
clear.
another one. There's another one, and here they come.
And this is becoming a matter of just when he draws
Just-
the Krieg.
Yeah. I
Just
mean, also,
prolong.
do you
Oh,
need
there's
the Krieg?
Dorado.
You don't even need the Krieg. Just give these Blitz, draw a bunch of cards, the bonus attack, like, build your own Krieg.
Yep, no,
Oh,
that
and the
is an excellent
Svard.
point.
He's
Svard.
already dead. He's already dead.
Prolong siege gonna make
Oh
them
no,
gigantic.
look at the size of these. 14 attack.
28 damage. Really nice first match for Lou. The draw tank has been very powerful, but has also, I wouldn't say fallen out of favor, but fallen out of favor as much as it was played in the very beginning when it first debuted. But we've seen time and time again how that can combine, and you can win the game without a blitzkrieg because you just need to enigma with one or two of those out, or now even prolonged siege, and then bam, you get all the damage you could want.
It is brutal. It turns every card in. It's like a reverse KP. Every card you draw is 2 bonus damage. My apologies.
Now, big choices here, right? Card knows that he's got to go with some difficult stuff, and yeah, Lou knows that he has to go with eventually his US deck that has performed not so well. 0-3 in the tournament so far for US ramp. Not a good look. Really nice beginning here for Lou. We've got neutral cards. We've got Middlesex. We've got plenty of things to defend. Errata really nice on the other side. We're going to get to our free draw as well. And this is going to be basically the same matchup we just saw, but reversed.
Yeah, and I mean, card has a very strong long game hand here.
Last game we saw Biscuit Boys, and now with Lou we see more Honey. You were kind of talking to me offline, right, or off air, right before this game about how you still just prefer the Honey over the Biscuit Boys. Do you care to elaborate on that in the situation here?
Yeah, so Biscuit Boys, 1 card whenever you play a neutral card. Honey, 1 card whenever you. This means Honey is going to heal you 1 every turn no matter what, whether you're playing neutral cards or not. And then it's also just going to be healing you so much more consistently with a card draw. the neutral cards are far more situational when you're going to use them, whereas drawing cards, you're going to be doing that throughout the whole game. So I like the healing from Honey a little bit more. Honey is also a tank, which is very nice for, as we saw, moving up and fighting the board. So I prefer the Honey to the Biscuit Boys. I think if you are spamming the neutral cards, you're normally drawing quite a few cards anyway. I just find the healing from Honey more consistent. It's much easier to pull off some healing from it. So I lean towards the Honey over the Biscuit Boys. I think a 1/4 guard just isn't particularly appealing, and the Honey heals you every turn, doesn't matter what you do.
Biscuit Boy's in desperate need of honey. Biscuit's quite dry. I guess you wouldn't put honey on a cookie. Here you would put honey on a biscuit. That doesn't seem like something you would do. Just pouring honey on cookies would be crazy.
But you can use them in the recipe. Some I recently made Anzac biscuits. That doesn't have honey, but it's got syrup.
Close enough.
Yeah, pretty similar. But it's actually illegal. So no one tell the authorities this, but it's actually illegal to call Anzac biscuits cookies. It's forbidden by the Australian government.
Yep, we're just going to pop front homeland. That makes the most sense. See what we can do. Looks like we went with the Deluge. Also, really nice. Nans here. MI5. It's an interesting choice. Not going for a bit of ramp here. Seems a little strange to me.
Yeah, and now we can see Card is going to start drawing. I'd like to see the Prolonged Siege, just because there's nothing to really do with the Enigmas.
Yep, and look at that. We've got 3 free tanks. Shoot, we got 3 free tanks and an Enigma. We got next turn figured out if everything goes weird and according to plan. Set these bad boys up.
Pioneers is going to help swing this towards our side on So Blue, because every turn our clears are just going to get cheaper and easier. And look at this.
Yeah, HMS.
He wants to fight. He wants it.
The Pioneer's not known for dishing it out, but really, really nice getting all of that value out of a smokescreen 4 op cost unit. Getting 3 clears, those little tanks that will be a huge pain for Lou if they're allowed to be alive or continue. And now this is a completely wasted Blitzkrieg. There's no chance of playing this Prolonged Siege. Just going to discard this from hand. And that's a rough conquest. Not so much combined arms in this, so you're pretty much only going to see 2 or 1 draw in this style of deck, right? Maybe a third, because I believe Card is running like an Errado, but...
Oh, and here you get the Anzac Spirit coming out.
And this is looking real rough. Heinz really on the back foot. Certainly is holding a ton of draw to generate a whole bunch of tanks to hand, but...
I mean, the Enigma is
the
going
weather
to
combinations.
So much.
Yeah, the
Look at
Enigma's
these.
going to mean a ton.
Yeah. You're going to be able to clear the front line, surely. I mean, if you go for the Panzer, you're not clearing it this turn. Still going to be...
Serrato, really nice right here as well. Yeah, suppression. I would take suppression for the draw and for knocking Pioneers down. Not obviously the buffs, just that saving, multiple credits over the course of a couple turns is very, very nice, very extreme. Yeah, now we might as well generate one more draw for ourselves as well. Really working through the deck nicely here. Now we've got plenty of money to really spend, as well as we draw all these free tanks, all these free one, or what is it, 2 and 0 cost as ones and threes have gone down. That's a big Monty. That's nice.
That is a huge Monty.
And of course, you know, top level players here, you've seen a lot of 2 on each side of the HQ against Britain, as is the proper way to defend against Monty and his enchant for ruining your day.
But still, with the Anzac spirit and this just hand of ways of combating, it feels like it's gonna be fairly doable to survive until card just runs out of cards, ironically.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to keep the weather going. Slowly moving through all this. And we're going to get to our meteor too, you know, so at some
I
point
mean,
a 16 damage meteor doesn't take long to develop either. And you know that the Heinz player is never going to have any defense once the meteor starts growing. They can work around it, but they're never going to guard up. They don't have any
no,
sort of
no
countermeasure
defenses here.
anti-air tools. Yeah. They're just their defense is I'm supposed to have enough tanks that you don't ever get to look at my HQ. That's the defense.
I gotta put Whirlpool, bring back Whirlwind.
Yeah, true.
Now we're gonna see slightly awkward here, just having no space to operate in. I'd have preferred to go. I'm surprised we don't buzz bomb that, to be honest.
Now you know that it's actually illegal and impossible to use Buzz Bomb on anything but an
But the
HQ.
HQ. I'd like to
Yeah.
see Anzac Spirit,
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't. Could
and
have
I'd
done it
also
last
like to
time and saved the
see.
deluge.
Yeah.
Deluge.
Deluge and a deluge.
This is really nice though, even though we could have maybe made this decision a turn sooner, but it also plays out the string for card to put more resources into units that are just going to end up worthless anyway. Although now maybe we're thinking Coast Watchers. No, now maybe we're thinking radar. We're going a lot of different directions here. This is also really nice as well, right? Because with a radar with another Nazans, we probably get ourselves out of single blitzkrieg range. Obviously, we saw last game 28, right? We saw 214 tanks, so not you know it can really stack up, and you're never truly safe. But it is certainly harder to one burst someone at 28 than it is at 20.
Now, front line is stacked. Heinz has to. No, don't do the HQ. We're just going to Enigma cards to our.
It's illegal.
Can
It's
we
illegal
buzz
to do
bomb
anything
the
else.
units? I'm begging you. There's units. We
No.
need to clear the front line.
The police would be at his house instantly. They're
We
literally
need-
the police might be at your house for the suggestion. The sirens are playing.
We need to clear the front line. We've
He
got
does not have a
Enigma for
license
card
to. He does not have a license to buzz bomb units. It's a very special permit.
He's got to get a license. They're not that hard to get. $20. You get the license. You can buzz bomb anything.
People just won't do it. They love the draw. They need it. They love it.
They do, but it's not what you need.
Card having to spend money just to attack a 0-1 into something. Ooh, that's the way that his hand is. It's not like the greatest time to like Fog of War, obviously. But he's got some crap there that you could wouldn't be the most helpful for him to have for the next couple turns. Probably a better play for it though. Coming up. Really concentrating on the rains here to delay the game until meteor time. Yeah, still thinking about that Anzac Spirit. At this point, doesn't want to necessarily give him all these slots to play tanks that are capable of growing, that are much more mobile. He would rather see you sparred this crapshoot that you have before you. So I do understand Lou kind of going back and forth. I tell you what, if as well, Queen's Own to the front line wouldn't have been would have been a very gnarly move as well.
Yeah, but I
Probably not
mean,
optimal, but it would have been fun.
Card is running out of deck. 7 cards left in deck for Card.
Yeah, and Lou really not having any problem defending this, sort of just deflecting all this nonsense, not worried about it.
I mean, I got an idea. We replace Finn Ally with Brid Ally, and we do our best to. I mean, there must be some ways of developing Meteor at the moment, and then we got Meteor Hines. Running out of cards no longer a problem. Meteor Hines.
Here's one of the other things too, with like how this not this particular matchup, but this match between player goes, right? Like we know that Card is playing a US ramp deck that is already 0-3 in this tournament. We know that it is not necessarily designed, but probably best matched trying to go over top of the British deck, and Card is not getting that matchup here. Right now looks like Lou is going to, although the table is turning right now, but either way,
you're out of cards. You have to
yeah.
win with these cards.
Oh, Forward
And-
Observer and Torrential Rain both would have been
Why are you blast? I guess.
just to enable the wave after
Yeah,
wave.
yeah. No, it makes sense. I was just thinking out loud. I'm gonna see the radar.
And then another blast. Yeah, Z special unit. We're gonna get even more health. So yeah, again, now we're getting out of that one burst range completely, and Card has no resources left. So it's truly lose game. And Card not able to find the matchup now. If he's to win this, he doesn't have to play the US deck next, but he does have to play the US deck and win with it to win the set. And now I'm just not sure where that matchup is. I know that in the last match, our US ramp player did not get that win, but I think it was smart to stick to the deck 0-3. Because even if you go down 0-2, you can then at least know that you're getting the matchup you need to get with that deck, get the win that it was designed to win, and then just try to win with your other 2 decks.
Now, the final hurrah. It's going to be a lot of stats, but the moment we've lost all of this, then the game is donezo. How much damage can we output this turn? It's going to be a decent amount, but...
Yeah, not a great combined arms, but, you know, +2/+2 for 0, nothing to be sad about. We do have a huge Panzergren.
It's a lot.
Queen's Own is going to be a really nice answer for that as well.
And just set everything to 2.
Monsoon
Set everything
Rain
to 2.
And then
we're
Black
going
Watch.
to Fight Club. No, I'm going to Fight Club.
Oh, do we have a Formidable? Yeah. Go on.
Well, our guy's going to become a 2/2, but we've got 14 credits. We can go Black Watch Fight Club. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Punch him up, man.
Black Watch Fight Club ends the game.
Yes!
Yep. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
You can keep that one.
Yeah, that's the one that got away. You can keep it when I Queen Zone it back to your hand next turn, too. There's got to be a scoop.
You want to be like that ladder player, Fog of War the unit, just to torture them for a little bit.
Yeah, and then play the card playing it out of spite. Just like, yeah, if you're gonna be a jerk, you're gonna watch all 4 extra turns of you being a jerk. So now, yeah, I've been saying this backwards the entire time. Card is our man with the Soviet deck. It's Lou that has our US ramp deck that he needs to get a win on. So now Lou has I've been completely backwards on this. Lou has now saved his ramp deck for the very end. Now needs to clutch with it to move on. Card now gets to play going into that ramp deck. Might be down 0-2 and on his last life in this tournament, but now also getting to play into a deck that he knows is not that strong and knows that his opponent has to play. Oh, but Lou out here war machining on turn 2. Card says his best chance to earn another game in this set is to just go under the ramp. We're just going Hines and we're going fast. Lou able to ramp and honey early. Both of those are nice. It's gonna be more than gonna take more than that. Outcast or overcast, sorry, also going to be into another overcast. These are helpful tools for the ramp player for sure. An early storm.
Yeah, but look at
Cyclone
all of
would be
these tanks.
good, but it's
Cards.
expensive.
Take in mind, we're going to draw 2 cards next turn if we're card, so we can do so much damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You might need to take Cyclone here. You're going to have 6 next turn. Cyclone might be exactly what it needs. But yeah, here we go. Here's Card's first big good turn of his Hines session. Buzz bombing this far is going to get us even more.
Oh,
And we're already knocking the door down super early.
I was like, he's got 4 credits. Where's the thing? But of course, the ramp to both players from the overcast. It's not turn 4. It's turn 3 for Card. But the overcast ramp helping Card out to play quickly.
War bonds for Lou. So war bonds are, I'm sorry, Lou able to ramp out pretty effectively, but it also means that. Wait, did he just natural draw it on turn 4? He didn't draw 2 cards there. He just natural
No,
draw.
you're right. He just natural drew it.
That's so awful. Everything that you just said that should have happened for Card with like a 1 out of like 20 or 1 out of like 32 chance for it to not happen. And that's exactly what it lands on. Very, very ugly, especially down 0-2 in a set to have those kind of odds not go your way. That's painful. That is.
Oh, odd cards are going to get destroyed. Naval battle. Don't drive your tanks into the sea, man. It is not where they belong.
Yep, all these 1 costs. Goodbye. I still have a honey. Expensive solution, but a great solution. We'll see if he just chooses to, draw a card, which is going to heal us. Smarter than using the overcast in that scenario, I would think. And Mosquito is also another nice play. Noxshub, not useful. It will make Enigma easier. We can go, well, Arado is going to make Enigma not easier, but we'll see.
Interesting to find the Conquest.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can potentially slow down the Enigma, draw 2 here.
Ooh, he's just getting such awful draws. We really wanted units before Blitzkrieg, not Blitzkrieg before units, and the units that we are drawing are not only not tanks, but they're also drawing. So we're just delaying the Krieg, delaying the Krieg, delaying the Krieg.
So awkward.
Of course, that Arado is not going to draw. He now has the unit lead, so. Okay, and might as well Mosquito off one of these boys. What else are we gonna do? I was gonna say we can maybe overcast 1. We don't really want to ramp to 12. The defense is helpful. Thunderbolt is nice.
Yeah, but dude, we're drawing too many cards.
A whole nother storm. Cyclone here would be good against the Hines deck.
We do not want this many cards against this Enigma. Your Mosquito in the front line for the ambush. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
here
it's
we
the right
go.
decision.
It means that like a Panzer Grenadier or something has to trade into it, which is
Yeah,
pretty awkward here.
roadblock for the Hinds.
Yeah.
Really important to set up a roadblock.
And you can still use this next turn as its bomber variant. It's such a... It's
course.
basically a shock unit in the front line now. Now, going to be looking presumably for a suppression. There's the
And he
suppression.
got it.
And this is going to... They can... Oh my lord, look at the size of him. And they're going to better...
Yeah, they're going to be able to pull...
No, they just don't have the board space. They don't quite have it.
To not have blitz, right?
Yeah. Now, 1, 2, 3s plus Blackwatch could be a lot of credits.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricky little ordering that Heinz wants to do. So making that cost extra then really fouls up the op cost, really causing a lot of issues.
Destroyer random any, what's it going to be? Looking for
Oh,
Panzer, able to
my.
find it.
A 1 and 3. Card really suffering from the numbers this game. Just a lot of things not going his way out of raw dice rolls.
6K Blitzkrieg.
9K prolonged siege.
Yeah, it's so difficult to play into these. I mean, you're gonna have to suppress one of them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No choice.
Gonna suppress the original. This means it's difficult
Or
for
cost
Blue
suppression.
to play cards. To play units, sorry, as that will remove the second Blackwatch. Just gotta play it slow. I'd like to maybe get the Panzer Grenadiers up, because I'm not sure what else I'm doing this turn. I think this is sensible. And I would sacrifice the card draw. Yeah, move up, sacrifice the card draw for the +1/+1. Oh, Michigan! We can print some
the
credits, baby.
Michigan.
Double trade with the Blackwatch. Play the Michigan.
Lou putting
Got a
together a
double
nutty
trade-
turn
double
here. He's
trade
really
first.
thinking it out.
Double trade first with the 1, 2, 3's Blackwatch, then convert it. It's gonna be alive still. You can get rid of these 2 units.
Nah, it doesn't quite see that play. Just
Maybe
gonna go.
saving. Okay, I mean we're cycloning anyway.
And that is a really deadly cyclone. Card now gonna really struggle to get a good board out again, as some real beef is in the front line. Also really nice as well, right? Because that Blackwatch that did get suppressed, right, is its best use at this point is putting it in the front line against a Heinz deck. Just another roadblock. 2/6 is a nice body.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's so much
I
defense.
do think the play that you had though might have been the truly optimal.
Maybe, but I wasn't aware that that was this 2 damage to everything cyclone, which brings into question.
Yeah,
You know,
doing any
what the
little
correct
amounts of
line is.
damage. Could have saved the cyclone though as well, perhaps. So
Yes, that is true. It's about, because that play is more efficient. If we're just looking at that in a vacuum, cyclone is the way. But we have to think about the future turns, and when it comes to the outcome of the game, it's really difficult to know what would have been the better move.
1, 2, 3 is taken offline now, so that's going to be stuck as just a regular old 3/5 body. Can finally put a lot of decision trees at ease in his head, I'm sure, for Card on the defensive.
And 1, 2,
Some
3
big
is
body
just one of those
presses.
cards. There's so much you can do with it.
Another overcast.
I have to say, cards deck, 8 cards. Starting to get thin.
And that's a nice strap
Oh
bomb.
my lord.
So much efficiency here.
And we could, in theory, just start smacking face if we want to. Smack face.
Yeah, well, I don't even
Get
think
some
we care
credits
about this
refunded.
trade. move these 3/5s up
Yeah.
so that
Or we could
there's no
even
good
trade
value
with the
trade.
Black Watch. Yeah, trade with the Black Watch. Make a blast that.
blast them off. And our 2/6 eventually comes in. And we got big units once again in the front line, and this is looking like perhaps the end of Cards
Oh,
tournament.
brutal
Terrible
draws
time
here.
to have a handful of orders.
This has
I
got
think
to
what
be
we're-
over.
Yeah, I think what we see is we see Lou moving on to day 2 with
Just
an extremely
dumping
strong performance,
everything.
and I think that's the right call.
I gotta say, if only he'd bought the buzz bomb license, the buzz bombs from units last game.
It's possible. You
Not
never
to
know.
rag on
Gotta,
him too much, but so we gotta start thinking about buzz bombing units more often.
and we got to combined arms now before we lose the fact that we have combined arms. Yag Bomber is a good draw for next turn. Nah, but we're just
Yeah, but
gonna
no
we are
cards
just
in
going
deck.
to scoop. Oh, of course, yeah. I truly had already forgotten the fatigue had already taken effect too. Heinz draws itself so fast, so efficiently, and we see it unfortunately ran itself off the table, which is something that the Heinz player is probably all too familiar with, either on ladder or in tournament. It does happen. It is not that uncommon an occurrence, but a really nice set by Lou, and I'm excited to see them tomorrow. Did not get to see
Yeah.
the Soviet deck, huh?
Man, what?
Play it on
I was
ladder.
high.
It's
I was
fun.
high spirited. I was high spirited, and then you brought that up. Okay, we'll have to see it on ladder. You're right. Let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see how we're doing for today. What the standings are. You had Henry versus Sai Advance, GG Master versus 66 Better, 66 Advance, and Cardigan So Blue able to advance. We see 2 3-0s and a 3-1. Very much some decisive matches today. I'm surprised we're seeing such decisive matches despite the similarity of the matchups, but there you go. And we've not seen too many mirrors still, despite, again, very similar lineups, but a lot of non-mirrors. But for our last game, we're going to be throwing it to the Canadians, J King and Berto Burrito.
All right, and our players for that last game are in fact Hachiman and Cyanald. I'm going to be the first person to take a swing at how to pronounce that name. You guys can take with that how you will. But yeah, another very fast matchup in the previous set. Another 3-0, another deck getting swept. But this time German-Finland, a deck that every single player, or almost every single player brought. So yeah, a bit surprising there. But let's take a look at our last 2 competitors here to see who is going to make it on to day 2. I will start by going over Hachiman's decks. Let's take a look at his player card. So 815 games. This is pretty standard for what we've seen, a bit on the lower end. 71% win rate, though, and that's the important part, because that is on the higher end of the win rates we've seen today. Most played Japan, barely making it in with a 3-2 Swiss record, but Hachiman is no slouch and is absolutely not inexperienced in tournament play. Something that I want to point out here is going into this tournament, I think Hachiman and Sai had to be the 2 favorites, even if they didn't have the best Swiss performance. Hachiman and Sai, between the 2 of them, have won every tournament in the last year. Sai won the World Championship, Sai won the Summer Tournament, Hachiman won Winter and Spring. So these 2 guys are winning everything, if you will. They are the Berto and J King of 2026. But Hachiman here, take a look at his decks. He's bringing a very similar lineup as Sai. So not only are these guys winning everything together, they also appear to be working together on building their lineups, and maybe this lineup difference is why they are winning everything. So the first deck here is, of course, Japan Anzac. Not too much original in here, favoring the Sabe build. I expect we will see this deck banned because everybody is banning this deck because everybody is bringing this deck. The second deck here is the Britain Anzac, but not the Meteor version. So of the other players, everybody brought the Meteor version except for Sai and Hachiman, who both favored this slightly more aggressive, tempo-oriented build that's using stuff like the Cheshire Regiment and Chain Homes to really try to grow these big units into bigger units, give them attacks, swing face, burn out the opponent with Cheshire, with the garrisons, and then end out the game with stuff like Wrath Mustang. So it's much more aggressive. It's trying to end the game quickly, and we saw that work really, really well for Sai. But we've also seen Meteor decks working really, really well. So it's sort of very two different decks despite using the same nations. And then the third deck, going back to USA, but unlike the ramp decks that we've seen in the last two sets, this is a USA Anzac deck, so really, really enjoying that Anzac. And this deck is not the full aggro that we've seen from other players, but it's more of a mid-range build using a lot of these air units like Duck to get even more forecasts. And then with these air units, there's other cards like Carrier Cover that are going to have additional synergy with buffing your air units that are being generated from stuff like USS Yorktown. Or just a lot of air units in general, playing things like Seahawk and Walrus from the Anzac package, and then of course using the second Pioneers to buff up all of your big boards. And then last but not least, it is Germany, but unlike most of the other players, again, unlike everybody other than Hachiman and Sai, they both said no to the German Finland, which we just saw get swept, and are instead both taking German Anzac. Hachiman bringing a slightly different version than the one Sai had, slightly more mid-range, using stuff like Blue Legion to potentially buff up those units and potentially be able to stay in a game longer against something like a Meteor Control that's going to be sticking into the game a bit longer, trying to draw it out. So that's what Hachiman's bringing. Some similar stuff, but also a lot of different builds of things, nation combinations you've seen, and of course 4 Anzacs across his 4 decks. And he will be going up against Cyanold. And Berto will walk you through that.
Beautiful. So we see another 71% win rate here with a similar number of games, 878. Favorite card, the War Machine, certainly a staple, although most played Japan, just like all of our other players, which also speaks to banning that Japan deck every time, certainly. Now, if we take a look at the deck lists, we will see, of course, this Japan Anzac, and then we have this British Anzac, this time the Meteor version, like we've seen being a little bit more popular today. Choosing to run the Gordon Highlanders, a card that makes it into some of these lists, not into others. I really like it with the Anzac Spirit. We have the US Anzac list. A couple of differences here, such as running 3 of USOS instead of 4 of, but mostly pretty similar to the other versions of this deck we have seen around. And finally, we have the good old Fast Hinds with Lotus Fard, 2 of Prolonged Siege instead of 1 of, also choosing to run the Vintuned division, which I think is another card which a few players are running today, but certainly not everybody. And yeah, like J. King was saying, these little differences in the list really having a lot of impact in some of these games today.
Yeah, and while we're waiting here for the bans, I just want to say I'm very interested in some of the matchups we might get here. In particular, seeing how this, how Cyanold is able to navigate going up against these decks that he might not be as familiar with from Hachiman, like this Brit Anzac build that's not running Meteor, it's running less board clears. It's going to be putting pressure on him, as well as this US Anzac air list that's going to be trying to summon lots of these guys. And unsurprisingly, we see for the 4th time double Japan banned. It's been a long time since we've seen a deck be so completely banned like this in a tournament. But with the power level of the deck, I think it's hard to disagree.
Absolutely. I have to imagine if we find the British mirror matchup, it's really going to come down to, when you pick Sunny uh, for the more board based um, version of Britain that doesn't run Meteor. I think you have to pick Sunny a lot, and you have to find that +3/+3 to the whole board if you're going to hope to win the matchup. Otherwise, it seems really, really difficult.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Is we tested that matchup a bit yesterday, and in that mirrors, or not the mirror, but the Brit Meteor versus the Brit Anzac, it is really about can the Brit Anzac, more sort of wide mid range player get those sunnies, and that is going to be the matchup we see in game one here. On the bottom of your screen, you have the Meteor version of the deck with the Anzans. For ramp on top, Hachiman. His hand's looking pretty standard right now, but yeah, you'll start to see some of these cards that are a bit more aggressive, but cheaper. Now, what is the sort of the strategy here in the first couple turns as Hachiman?
I mean, you gotta be thinking about the pressure you can put out, but at the same time, you don't want to just run out a dingo into this 1/1. It's weird to play garrisons off curve. So I think the draw is the right play, although maybe not putting you in exactly the position you were hoping this game was going right off the bat.
And do you think when he goes for the Walrus this turn, which I imagine is his play, he could do Garrison Cheshire if he wants to just start getting the burn in. But are you just picking Sunnies straight from the bat, like just try to get the Scorched Sun +3/+3? Or is there
I
ever
think
any
I would.
consideration for Storm, try to clear up a couple of these units?
I think you kind of want to take as many swings at getting +3/+3 as possible. And then if you're able to get a couple into your hand, then you're able to start, looking at Storm, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like we casters have been really bad today at guessing what weather our players are going to go for. When we think they're going to go Storm, they go Sunny. When we think they're going to go Sunny, they go Storm. But clearly
Now,
they have a lot more experience on these decks than we do, so I'm sure there's...
yeah. One advantage of if you had played the Cheshire and the Garrison, it would have made it a lot harder for CNL to ramp that turn, because you would have been really tempted to trade in the honey to the Cheshire.
Now, we don't know what the weather card Hachiman has. It's one of the 4-cost Storm. 4-cost, the ones you're really looking for are Retreat. Well, honestly, all of the 4-costs are pretty good. But it looks like he might try to be clearing up the left side of his hand to get this Task Force, potentially able to deal 3 damage next turn. Takes the front line, protects the Dingo, gets down these Garrison and Cheshire that are going to start burning out the opponent. And Cyanald does not have any board clears in his hand at the moment. He has a lot of card draw. But he's missing those forward observers, Wave, Anzac Spirit.
Now, am I wrong to say that, if you were going to be getting out the Cheshire and the Garrison this turn, that, like, why not get those down a turn before the Walrus? Because I don't feel like the Walrus does much. I don't feel like you need to play any of the weather cards that you might have found this turn, or really taken advantage of the -1 operation cost.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Is like maybe if he has the deal 3 damage and then 2 and then 1 weather card, it would be good in this position. But has Home Guard. I believe that's what the card's called, to deal with the tank if he wants to.
Seems reasonable. Then opens up the task force to be able to take out the honey. And when you're running so many of these, burn cards, the garrisons, the Cheshires, it seems like you would really want to get rid of the honey as fast as you could.
Yeah, chooses to go for a second Walrus. At this point, the intention seems clear. He picks the Sunny. He's just saying, you know what, I'm going to hit the 1 and 3, get the on-curve Scorched Earth. Scorched Sun, that's the name of the card. And Void Observers doesn't do much. And he plays it now to set up playing the second one the following turn. If Hachiman did hit the +3/+3, it's already too late. He needs Wave. Or potentially the Retreat. Maybe you should go for Coast Watchers and just try to pick up the Retreat all Storm card. In case things go south.
Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable.
Or the misses. The Thunderstorms.
You could do.
Not bad.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the Thunderstorm's not bad to retreat 2 garrisons.
Yeah.
That's a 6-cost Scorched Sun. I have to imagine it's the buff one.
Yeah, there's not really any other 6 costs that are really even pickable for this deck out of the Sunny options.
Or arguably for any deck, but that's neither here nor there. The Golden Scorched Sun comes out. That looks amazing. Can get up one of these garrisons. And Hachiman's probably thinking about that retreat all, but we know that that's not in hand. So likely to put back one of these Forward Observers, just the most expensive card, reduce it to 0, you can draw with it next turn, and then I imagine we see the retreat on the garrison.
It seems reasonable. I mean, you could. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just the obvious choice, right?
There was the option that turn to retreat your own Coast Watcher and replay it for just a swing at the Rain, set all units to 2/2. Now maybe that's perhaps a little bit too unnecessary of a risk at this point. Certainly he's not under any immediate pressure. His health total is good. This Highlanders is in the way.
Swing number 2, he hasn't chosen a card yet. He must have missed.
Yep. Yeah, we saw Hachiman pick on the last Sunny pick in approximately like 0.5 seconds. So he knows what he's looking for, and the fact that he had to think on that choice definitely means he missed the +3/+3, likely picking a 2-cost option. Down the Brigade, that's going to help keep his hand full, because just there's so many high health units, and Cyanald's deck, I mean, unless he hits Wave off the draw here, it's just so slow going to get through all of these. I mean, he can clear at the front line actually here, but you're not happy about it. I mean, you probably just trade Honey and play Ensands. Or possibly Coast Watchers if you feel like you need to look for a card now, but gets his other Coast Watchers to the front line, slows down his opponent. He's on a lot of health.
A 4-cost Sunny option. Can you believe it?
I can't. I wonder which one it is. Perhaps give stuff Blitz. He has a lot of ways to generate 1-cost units, and has a lot of 1-cost units already in hand. So the one that gives Blitz to everything could be useful at just getting his things to the front line faster.
Yeah. Oh, you know what you could do this turn? If you wanted to be really aggressive, is you could play Queen Zone and push it to the front line with the discount from Walrus. Although,
That is true.
maybe a bit of a risky line that you don't need to go for.
I suspect he will get this Coast Watchers down. He seems very intent on forecasting as soon as possible. Is this the summon a copy? Looks like he might summon a copy of the Walrus. And that will let him... No, it's forecast on deployment, so he doesn't get to forecast again on it, but it does reduce the operation cost of all of his things by 2 now.
Yeah, that is a pretty sad card. 4 credits to play a Walrus that doesn't even get to forecast.
I'm surprised he didn't play it on the Brigade, because it comes back healed. Like it's not a copy of its current stats. So you'd get a 1/8, and that seems pretty good with his Chain Homes, his HMS Formidable in hand. Plus, it's drawing 2 cards a turn if your opponent can't deal with it.
Although it might be hard to play that many cards in a turn.
All right. Well, he did go for Coast Watchers, and it looks like he did pick up a second +3/+3 for everything. And he could do a lot of things. He could push both of these infantries up, and then play out Garrison, Wessex, Garrison, buff, attack phase.
Oh, Queen Zone. That's all right. If we Queen Zone, we're getting into silly territory, and I don't know that it leans in Hachimon's favor.
Goes for another Walrus, and attacks first, so he's not playing the buff this turn. Goes for it again, snaps picks again. If he is 3 for 4 on the +3/+3, that is rather fortunate for Hachimon and quite unfortunate for Cyanald, but there is an opportunity here to, if he draws Wave this turn, and you could start with Land Girls just to see if you get it. I mean, HMS Formidable is basically Wave in this situation. You full clear the board and keep your unit alive. And this is the issue with Hachimon's deck that I feel like we ran into when testing this, is sometimes you just run out of units. Like, your deck isn't that unit dense. So if you do get your boards cleared at unfortunate times, it does make these AoE board buffs less potent.
Do we not feel like maybe playing Coast Watchers and using the HMS Formidable on that was maybe a little better to keep your Queen Zone nice and healthy?
Yes, that does. You lose the Coast Watchers, but you get the forecast off, and then you have a 7/7 in the front line rather than a 7/1. I mean, does Hachimon run... Yeah, Hachimon does run number 46 Commando, so he does have ways to get blasts to finish this off. Goes for Coast Watchers. Surely you don't pick Sunny again, do you? Yeah, I think Storm is
You
correct.
could go Sunny again for the tilt factor, show how good you are at hitting those +3/+3s.
Cyanil can remove all 3 of these units if he wants. I mean, not necessarily the correct play, but it...
But he's allowed to do it.
Yeah, so that's important. Fog on the Garrison to just slow down Hachimon further. Interesting. Oh, it's pinned, of course. I mean, I'd like to see one of these removal pieces come out and kill the Cheshire here.
Yeah, I was almost thinking of like if before you played the one drop, if you just played the meteor and traded it into the Cheshire to save your HQ to defense, and get the meteor out of the way for these special unit Zeds, just to get the healing.
Is this storm the the deal 3 damage randomly split between all enemies storm? Because if so, that is a bold move, and the fact that he's hovering over Queen Zone makes me think it's more likely that it is, because you could get rid of the 1/4, increase the odds.
Well, it does deal 5 to our
and he misses, and that is rough.
Oh dear.
It goes for the 50-50 here. Hits it.
Doesn't feel. I mean, even hitting doesn't feel great.
No, not especially. I mean, Cyanel's hand is kind of running out of steam. He's got 2 forecasts here.
I was almost wondering if you like go mist for that draw 3 cards, then discard 1 from your hand.
Yeah, and you have the possibility of picking up the 6 cost due to the board, just in case your opponent does find a way back into this. Just having a get out of jail free card. I mean, surely you're playing the second Coast Watchers this turn just to have more options on the following turn. He's sort of run out of time if he wants to play the Coast Watchers, but he's going for it.
Missed. I think he got it off. I really hope it didn't auto pick the 2 cost 1 for him, because that was -1 attack to all, and that would be just about worthless.
Well, Hachiman, I mean, I say he has 1 play. I guess you can Queen Zone the Pioneer and push that up and just set up lethal on the following turn, but this play feels pretty good too.
Oh, right. He got the set everything to 2/2. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, he nearly ran out of time on that, but he gets this off, and he picks up the Anzac Spirit to clear the board and draw more cards. And that's surely going to be game over here for Hachiman. I mean, you can make a big Queen Zone. There's fog. It can be retreated. You can't even buff it this turn, so it can just actually be removed straight up if it's in the front line. Oh, and that 4-cost Tropical Storm that he's been holding on to since turn 2 or 3 was actually shuffle and redraw, so I guess he foresaw this possibility. So he gets another crack at this. Unfortunately, he loses his Scorched Sun to the deck.
Unfortunately for Hachiman, Sineld finds quite a bit of draw here, which should be able to sort of solve this game, I would imagine.
Yeah, he's going for the Biscuit Boys. Playing Scepter. Scepter's not really that useful in this matchup. Probably take the Belfast. And that's what he does.
I mean, Scepter is really useful if you can somehow have your opponent forget about it and block the +3/+3 to all, but that's about it.
Goes for Storm. He's really looking for the retreat and destroy Storm, I feel like. Looks like he might have taken the retreat all again, which will be very good on these Coast Watchers if they survive.
It is a lot more difficult to play around generated card than the cards that are simply in your opponent's deck list that you've been alt-tabbing to look at this whole game.
I suspect Hachiman will clear the board here with Formidable, and maybe 70th. Oh, it actually goes for this line. I don't mind this at all. It definitely builds up a very resilient force. You leave one of the Coast Watchers alive.
Yeah, and your opponent is presumably pretty low on board clears at this point.
I believe Cyanol still has his wave, right? He's played one
Oh, that could be true.
Anzac Spear. I think Hachiman played his wave. Now, it doesn't matter because he doesn't have it, but he does have the Retreat All. And these bombers from the HMS Illustrious will not keep their Blitz. And they also won't keep their buffs. So this is a pretty effective play here. And
What weather are we picking? Mist?
I don't mind this problem.
Oh, was that a snap pick?
Yeah, I saw the forecast was pin.
That's the only one I saw as well.
Yeah, the 6 cost was the set everything to 2/2. Obviously, you snap pick that. I suppose you'd also be fine with the both players lose their most expensive cards, just to get rid of this 8/8 Fury. But it loses to Sunny, but picks up another way to forecast.
Yeah, it wasn't the 6 cost Sunny anyways, so who cares? I mean, it is probably the best 2 cost one in fairness.
Surely the 70th Brigade comes out with the HMS Formidable to clear out this board. It'll be interesting to see if he decides on playing Pioneer first or not, because he might want to keep board space for his other cards, unless he does Pioneer, the British Pioneer, the Anzac Pioneer, and then he can do one of these Swordfishes if he wants. But no, he goes for the Formidable play, close out the board.
Makes sense to me. That's also generating another threat in the back line that will become a problem in a couple of turns.
That is another 2/2 everything, although he also still has the retreat everything, which I wonder if he goes for this turn instead. Try to get your opponent to commit more to the board, because you know your opponent has the 2-second Pioneer in hand. Just plays the board.
Yeah, I do feel like I would have liked to hold on to that combo just because it's so powerful.
Ooh.
And your opponent is forced to put as much pressure on board as they can, really, against your Meteor deck.
I guess Hachiman doesn't know about these retreat alls, and because none of these other units have Blitz, if he plays them out and then buffs them on the same turn, you can just retreat them all.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel like Hachiman has been kind of just slowed down sufficiently that Meteor looks like it's going to get there at this point. I'm not quite sure exactly how many cards CNL has in his deck, but it is not many.
I mean, it's also like Hachiman's almost out of steam. Like, if Seattle has a way of killing these 2 Swordfish, the Mustang, and the second Pioneer, the game's basically over. Chooses not to play the Mustang out. And goes for Sunny and snap picks. That's a pretty good
No,
draw
there's
too.
the way back wave.
I mean, surely you just task force wave. He has a lot of credit slots. Those 17 credit slots are putting in the work here.
Yeah, and it'll let you just use so many credits to clear space in your hand, to draw cards into the meteor, to attack with it, potentially 3 times in a single turn. If the
This
draw exists left in the deck, which I'm not sure about.
this garrison here is going to stop a 8 attack Mustang here, I suspect. Oh, picked up the 2 cost. Units deal damage equal to their attack on deployment.
Uh,
Well, I guess it's because he can't, because the Mustang increases the cost of the weather, so he won't be able to buff it.
you could have played Pioneers first that turn if you wanted to. Although, I don't suspect any of it really matters at this point.
It does not appear like it matters. Cyanald has a 16 or a 12/12 on top of the deck.
You've got some guards, which will delay things.
I mean, Cyanald still has the retreat everything, and 18 credits now.
Ah, right, I forgot about the retreat everything. That will certainly do it.
And yeah, this is Meteor taking another game. Meteor didn't look that strong coming out of qualifiers here, but I think the players in the top 8 are showing why they made it into the top 8 and why they are still bringing Meteor in their lineup, in the hands of somebody who knows what they're doing. This deck is putting up the wins.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like the matchup where you really want to have Meteor, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in a lot of these matchups, if Meteor couldn't hit HQ, like it just had can't attack HQ on the card, you'd still win. Just because you can just simply remove a unit every turn. And there's still like enough forecast left over that it's over. But now he's going to be moving on to his German Finland Heinz deck here, which we have seen struggle today.
Yeah, especially, when you're up against good players who know how to put on the pressure, especially on turn 4, to make it really difficult to play the front and homeland. It has created a lot of awkward situations today.
If you're Hachiman, do you kill the tank this turn with Blast and Task Force? Or do you just plan? Or Task Force and not kill it with the Blast?
I'm not sure exactly. I feel like I would lean towards the plan, but I don't know that I could justify it in words why I'd do it that way.
Cyanald getting out the cards. I believe he targeted the 1-2 KFC with the Jaeger, so that if that gets cleaned up by a task force, he still gets the draw. Hachiman picking up another commando lets him deny the draw and kill the tank.
Yeah, it works out very nicely.
Goes Storm. This is very sensible. This Heinz deck is all about sticking units on the board, and Storm is all about removing units from the board.
Yeah, I quite love Storm into Heinz. The only other thing you could really consider is Mist for primarily the suppress a unit.
Yeah,
in
that
my
would
mind.
be very good if the Panzer Grenadiers gets picked up here. Which we've seen some people run 2, some people run 3. Cyanold is on 2. This is definitely a matchup you would like 3.
We see a 2 cost, maybe you deal 5 damage to a random enemy, I'm thinking is quite likely.
That feels like the most likely. I can't imagine you would ever pick the 3 damage randomly split. The other option of retreat could be good if you think a Panzer Grenadier is going to sit in the support line, but that's basically the only situation. This has been a really awkward hand for Hachiban so far.
Yeah, and I have found that is very possible with this deck. There's a lot of times where you have all these forecast cards that don't really do a lot without, finding your forecast synergy. When you're sort of trying to play a board-centric game.
Yeah, it goes for Walrus. This is the most sensible play. It goes for Storm again. This guy does give Cyanold the perfect opportunity to just do front and homeland. I'm shocked he has not slammed it. Okay. Chain Home here does let Hachiman clear the board. 4 cost. Don't know which one it is, but likely the 3 then 2 then 1.
And we do see that Pioneer to, give you the synergy when you forecast, but we don't have our forecast card anymore in the Walrus. Which
Looks like
is only slightly awkward.
Looks like he might Chain Home on the Pioneer. You guard up, you don't clear both units, but
Yeah, it's interesting. Hitting the Arado is not maybe as bad as it looks because you do turn off suppression drawing a card, which is quite relevant.
you also make stuff like Combined Arms a lot less powerful because there's not a lot of air units in this deck, so there's not a lot of ways that turn Combined Arms and Conquest up to 3 units rather than, or counting 3 units rather than 2.
I kind of want to see just like holding all of these tanks so that you can guarantee get a ton of value off of Fast Hinds next turn.
Yeah. Playing out the Jaeger this turn is interesting. I suppose
Yeah,
it's
the
Walrus
cycle
just
is
kills the thing.
nice. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you can simply just kill it with the Walrus. It's not guarded. Walrus isn't pinned.
I'm almost thinking about leaving it up so that the back line is clogged and you have to spend another credit just to get it out of the way.
It's also possible. Um, Depending on if this 4 cost is the retreat and destroy, you could actually go for an overdraw line here while killing the Nakshub.
That looks like what is happening.
Looks like that's the 3 then 2 then 1.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Just goes for Chain Home to guarantee you clear the board. There was a few different ways to navigate that turn.
Well, did you... In that case, did you have to draw your opponent a card? Or could you have maybe... I don't know. Anyways, in the present, we see a very powerful Fast Times coming out. Opting just to use these credits to operate, maybe? No, playing the... You could have given this 3H a +1/+1 at no cost, right? Because the KFZ has Blitz on its own. You could have just pushed it up first, then the 3H, then Fast Times. Sorry, not +1/+1, +2/+1, I mean.
I'm not sure. I think this is about the max amount of damage because Fast Times buffs everywhere. He got the attack buff, did he not, from the KFC?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if you push up KFC first, and then you play the 3H and then Fast Times, then the 3H has another +2/+1 on it. You have a 5/4 instead of a 3/3. Not that it's very relevant, the styling
Oh, I
difference
see, I see.
into wave after wave,
Yeah,
which
but this is
has to be coming out this coming
a
turn.
lot of damage. Has to get through the guard though.
Yeah, and it's awkward that you're not playing 3H this turn as well.
You can see him considering wave because he's considering keeping the 5 health over getting in the additional damage.
Yeah.
And this situation sucks because wave is a single card in your opponent's deck. They don't have a large hand. But he goes for this line anyways. Holds off on
Yeah,
the
it
buzz
does.
bomb, which feels odd.
It does. I mean, it does represent an additional 2 damage. You know, if you have the guy getting +2 attack for drawing, but you know, if your opponent doesn't have wave after wave there, I kind of feel like you're very happy.
And I completely missed Cyanald having a Windhund division. I'm pretty confident he's the only player in this tournament with that card in his deck. And it's actually pretty well positioned to deal with this Queen Zone, since it will, if it gets pushed up to the front line, you can swing with it twice.
Yeah, you can put the Hund just back on top with the Queen Zone, which
Oh, is
and
it
leave
attacks
everything
or
in the
attacks
back.
and kills? Actually, I've not played with that card enough. It is only if it attacks and destroys a unit that it can attack again. And oh, this is a very weird position because both players are just almost completely out of resources. Hachiman is almost dead, but not quite. And the 7/7 Fury is just going to be so effective.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking, do you just like 3H and smack your opponent in the face? Because, I mean, you're getting 2 operations. You could even kill the suppressed garrison if you're worried about, you know, board-wide buffs.
Yeah. I mean, you're also threatening a lot of damage if you from hand if you keep it.
There's also the consideration you could have kept Lotus Fart. I don't like this.
Yeah, that's a... You can full clear the board here, and then shove the 0/3 in the front line.
I don't know. I just feel like you had to try to get more out of this Panzer Grenadier. Now, I think you almost never are able to, but
Yeah, I guess pushing it up, you're playing around if he picks up any of the 3 retreat options off that storm forecast. That is a card. I mean, you have one play here. garrison was not guarded, so because it was suppressed. So I think he just, I mean, plays
Yeah,
around
I
like
mean,
chain
your
bomb.
opponent. Yeah, your opponent has the ways to turn a suppressed 0-3 into a useful body. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I guess your win condition here is top decking Enigma and getting a bunch of 0-cost tanks that are then given blitz by your surviving guys. So Hachiban might eat the 2 bond here to just trade off this tank. Not going to eat the 3 bond.
Ugh, that is not it.
Yeah, Hachiban's considering what's the best way to empty out his hand. I think you might play Dingo and not attack with it. Well, Commando's definitely not the card you want to see if emptying out your hand is the goal.
No, but I mean, like, if your opponent draws 3 off of Enigma here, like, do you even really care that much?
I mean, I think you care about them having 1 less card than you having 1 more health.
Yeah, that's true.
But
But
this
you also
is,
have 1 more card.
that is true. Now, how does this... Yes, this is lethal for Hachiman, because he Formidable's first. It doesn't work the way you want it to, but then he has the second order to swap that back.
Huh, interesting.
Unless...
I wasn't sure how that was going to work out.
Okay, I was like, unless there's a bug where the forecasting counts as 2 orders.
That would be really unfortunate, but not the case.
Yeah, Hachiman getting a win on his Britain deck, so both Britons are through now. Left with both Germany and US, but 2 different German decks and 2 different US decks.
And I have to imagine the US list is really bad into Germany, right? Or, well, actually, no, sorry. I was thinking about US ramp, but that's not really what we're looking at here, is it?
Yeah, Cyanold has the USOS, US ANZAC aggro, which is capable of getting a very big board quickly and being able to probably put on enough pressure that you can't really front and homeland on 4 if they get the right hand. But we're going to see Hachiman on the US, and his US deck's a little bit slower, running more air units. But I think it's particularly cards like Yorktown are going to cause be the very big difference in this matchup, because if you can put 4 units in the front line all at once, it's going to slow down Cyanold a lot, because his deck is very reliant on unit trades.
If Hachiman went first with this draw order, Cyanold is in a much tougher spot. Although I guess with the Buzz Bomb, you could have killed the Dingo on turn 1 to prevent things like the 4 freedoms coming out.
I don't think I've seen a PIR played in years, probably. But
The card does seem a little slow these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's good in this situation where you're just saying you can't put anything in the front line because it's just going to get smacked by a PIR. I like Flying Bomb. I almost want to keep the Flying Bomb and not play it this turn, because, like, PIR is not really doing anything yet, and your opponent might play Seahawk.
That's true. Yeah. But what's the advantage to playing Flying Bomb? Is it just that, you know, if your opponent has an infantry they can push into the front line, then you know it's not getting buffed?
Yeah, but yeah, I guess there's the 3 copies of the 0-op 1-2 infantry that Hachiman is playing, so you're worried that he has one of those and then it gets the buff, and now he has 2 3-2s.
I feel like maybe you wanted to keep the KFZ in the back line to potentially have another +1 damage from the oh, both these cards are called KFZ.
There's 3
The
of them
one
even.
the 1/2 KFZ. I can't be bothered to remember all the numbers and letters that come afterwards. Just to present another 1 damage for either going face or more likely trading more effectively.
Hachiman is just 2 credits away from having a really awesome turn of double trading and then pushing them both to the front line with carrier cover. Unfortunately, that is not how the math lines up here. Hachiman's just trying to empty out the front line so he can play Yorktown. That's going to be the big decider here. And Cyanel's probably aware of that, which is why he's not playing front and homeland and instead looking like he's going to just play down more units, play down a second Lotus Fight, and try to hold on to this front line.
Yeah, I mean, he could have denied it even while playing front and homeland due to the 0 operation cost on the Jaeger, allowing that to push up. But, I mean, I don't feel like you're in that much of a rush to play it right now. I mean, you have so few cards in hand. Seems like it won't be too much of an issue, to play everything as it comes. Of course it depends a little bit on the draws. Holy moly.
That's going to be a very, very big Panzer Grenadier. The second combined arms pickup is also massive here, because everything else is operating for free. And this is probably just going to be a very, very quick game.
Deck doesn't even need front and homeland in it.
Yeah, I think you swing base surely with goes for the value trade. Okay, just buffing up the
I'm a little
Panzer Grenadier.
surprised. I feel like I would have leaned a little more towards just trading out the 2 1-attack guys, but doesn't matter in this situation. Hachiman simply does not have the comeback mechanics in his deck to keep playing that one forward.
Yeah. And here, this is a little bit of the risk of going for a unorthodox lineup that we've seen from Sai and Hachiman. It worked fantastically for Sai. Hachiman struggling here a little bit more. And I think his US Anzac deck is quite comparable to the other builds of US Anzac that the other players have. I think the Britain Anzac build is maybe a little bit weaker across the board in matchups, but I think it's this German Anzac that in testing, I feel like it was consistently weaker than the German Finland deck that we've seen Cyanel just win with. So this is going to be the test for Hachiman.
James.
And
Turn
he's
1
already
dingo
going
you
second.
Okay, there is a suppression though, so
Turn 1 suppression is possibly the saddest thing I've ever seen. Absolutely the correct line, but incredibly sad. And then it's just going to get buffed again. At least it doesn't draw anymore.
I mean, it's like kind of the only answer Hachiman could have even had.
Doesn't play the Coast Watcher, which means that Cyanel does not get his on-crow 5th Ohio value. Oh, no! Hachiman, don't do it! This might be the game-deciding play here that Hachiman does not realize it. Goes for the Coast Watchers, wants better value on the task force, and walks straight into 5th Ohio. You hate to see it.
They're calling 5th Ohio the front and homeland of turn 3. You simply always have it. Now, this is not a deck that gets use out of the 0/6 body nearly as much as the Britain Anzac lists we've seen today. So
this is true. really, the issue here is Cyanold. If you played Task Force, would Cyanold just play 5th Ohio on an empty board because it's his best play?
I think he should in that situation. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's that or half track or pass. Because the Dingo would be removed, so you can't play the Sullivans. This retreat is actually quite good. You get rid of the buff off the Seahawk, you kill the 5th Ohio, you keep your tank alive. Hachiman is the only German deck today without Front and Homeland, if you're wondering why he didn't draw it on turn 4. And things have turned around quite nicely for Hachiman already. That was the sort of the perfect forecast he needed there. And this is the this could be the issue with the this build of the US deck is when you're running stuff like USOS, you kind of just have the worst deck quality. There's a few things that make up for that, namely a single copy of Tiger Cat, single copy of Professionals. If you can find those cards, he'll be quite happy, but at the moment he's just sort of playing down these fairly pathetic cards, while Hachiman is playing down slightly less pathetic cards.
Yeah, although only slightly. Like these turns
Yeah.
are like pretty awkward for both players.
I mean, yeah, because you want to play down the FW, but it can only return the half track, and then half track just sends FW back, probably. So I assume you bounce the Seahawk and get both of these guys to the front line. Or just get rid of the half track, that's reasonable too. There
Both
are
of these
no
guys to the front line.
Shermans.
Do they have blitz?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No Sherman, but he wants the forecast. I suspect Walrus is going to come out here. Pick up another Storm. It's just all about fighting for board control. And these are, honestly, quite possibly the 3 worst options for this
All
point in
units
time.
retreat is really funny, though. If only we still had the half track.
This is true. Cyanold has the better top end of the deck to top deck in a top deck war. Like, if he top decks Professionals or Tiger Cat, that's amazing. But the average card in Hachiman's deck is probably a lot better in a top deck war. If we should reach that point.
Have you considered just hit, though?
This is true. This is the Seahawk, and that would become a bit of an issue. I mean, how Cyanold could win this is just double Seahawk 15th Engineers off of his opponent's units.
Sunny misses.
Yeah, going for Sunny here. I guess it's just the idea of I have board advantage right now, and if I can get the +3/+3, it should just end the game.
I
It's surprising.
feel like I would have liked to see the other Seahawk and them play that and forego the trade.
Yes.
I mean,
This
if you're
is-
doing this, you're playing, well,
I'm surprised.
just retreating the front line?
Yeah, I'm surprised you attacked with the Seahawk if you were going to retreat both infantry.
Yeah.
Just got face it that they can't kill Seahawk. So perhaps a bit of a misstep from Cyanold.
You know, it feels like that turn wasn't fully calculated before he started playing it.
Yeah, this is 17th Infantry Brigade. This is a card we haven't seen a lot of. If it's in the far left of your hand, you draw a card with it, and its deployment deal 2 damage. So he misses the card draw, but he gets the Yag Bomber down. And this is... Sandal's still at like basically full health, but now that the Egg Bomb is down, there's no immediate clears in this hand. This 4-cost Tropic Thunder is the both players shuffle and draw. Assume we picked the 4K option off that first forecast. And probably again on the second. He is struggling to hit. I'm assuming one of the ones he wants is the retreat and destroy, or possibly the deal 6 damage. If this is the attack, how much damage is that? 15 by my count?
Yeah, 18 is my count as well. But it is +1 attack, -1 op cost, which is a lot less damage.
Yeah, not getting a lot of Blue Legion synergy here.
Value. Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I imagine the Seahawk is finally going to die. And then you know that's all the Seahawks out of the deck.
You will not see any more Hawks. That is correct.
I would have liked to see the... Well, I don't know if the math lined up on that, maybe not. I guess we had to attack with the infantry or the... the big plane. All units retreat. Gets to forecast again. Goes for another swing
Opponent
at
also
it.
gets the forecast one more time, but yeah, I mean, what else are you doing here? Seems reasonable.
Okay, he has that Blitz tank. But you're at 10 health, you're down both Seahawks, and there is a... blank on the name of this card. Salamander?
Yeah, Salamander. Now, Salamander also not a ton of value with Blue Legion.
No. There's a few cards in Hachiman's deck that I have a lot of question marks around. Like, Blue Legion's really good, but it just feels like there's a lot of anti-synergy there. And there's this Fast Hines that we have seen stuck in his hand for a while now, with, I think, only 7 tanks total in the deck. But, regardless of our questions about the deck, it seems to be working for him. Kill the Errado, and then which of these do you want to return to hand?
I feel like I'd send the Walrus back, just because I'm so desperate, and the Walrus can just miss.
Yeah. Your opponent can always pick Sunny for some reason, and then... Honestly, Sunny isn't even bad, because you have this Salamander that keeps popping back up.
Yeah, I feel like kind of any of like the 2-cost Sunny options are like at least okay.
Okay, Cyanol has finally managed to build a board for the first time since about turn 3.
Uh-oh. 6-cost Sunny card in hand.
There's also this suppression, which is going to put this tank back to a 2-2, I suspect.
Probably only for a moment with the 2 copies of 15th Engineers in hand.
This is true. I imagine Hachiman won't let it survive, whether that's Task Force or just trading it Salamander, or maybe even Breakthrough.
That's a fair point, yeah.
I mean, surely you start with the draw. Cyanold, I believe, does run... Yes, there is a strategic bombing in the deck, so he has to be aware of that if he doesn't buff this turn. There's
38 represents a lot of damage, doesn't it?
Yeah, this...
Well...
Alright, you can... Oof. I guess you retreat the Errado? I don't know. I would not want to give my opponent a blitz tag. Well, at 6 health. I mean, I guess you just trust that this 0-9 is going to stick, and your opponent never has the front line again. But the one
You
we can
kind of
do
have
it,
to believe that, right?
the one we can do it we saw him play is the only healing naturally run in his deck. No, he has dingoes. Dingoes do heal.
Does he have U.S. research?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, both Seahawks are gone. No Jasko. It is healing generated.
I never know how to want to say it, but the 2 second pioneers. Not that
Yes.
there's two of them, but the 2 out of 2, 2 out of second pioneers, is a guard for the back line, which is hard to get in U.S. main.
I prefer 2 halves ND pioneers.
Yeah, that's so.
What Hachiman has to do is not fill his support line and lose the Salamander. That is always an issue with this deck, and that is exactly what he has just done. If Cyanold simply does not remove any of these units, I suppose you say I have 2 fighters, like a fighter and a bomber on board, so like if you don't remove my Salamander, I get to just attack anyways. Oh, Cyanold picks up healing though, off the rain.
Oh, that's very nice.
And you just do Tiger Cat. This bomber's not hitting face. They lose the Salamander.
And hopefully they can't get 2 more attack onto this fighter. Oh. Okay.
I mean, he's forcing the issue.
No!
That gives them the Salamander back. And do we know what he picked off of weather? Because if it's the Sunny plus attack...
Oh my
And it
goodness.
is! And Cyanold completely throws the game!
That's... Oh, no.
Oh, and that... Yeah, that would have just been...
Yikes.
That would have just...
You would have survived on 1, right? And then you pretty much just lock your opponent out?
Yeah, on 2, 102, and there's just not any way that... I mean, you probably just threatened lethal on the following turn with double engineers, but... Yeah, Cyanold completely throws the game away, and the series is now tied and going to our first first game 5 of the day. And it's going to be a US mirror.
That the salamander interaction is reminiscent of people filling the board when there's a Sendai regiment holding a really important unit.
Oh yeah, I know I've done that before.
For sure.
We see Cyanold picking up the 5th Ohio once again in the opening hand. Hachiman not going to go for a big mulligan. He likes what he has. He could even keep Patton here and just...
Yeah, keep Patton, mulligan the Coast Watchers, find another 1-drop.
Find a second
Easy.
duck.
Yeah. Now, if you held Patton, you would have been able to move up this 1-drop, which would have prevented the dingo hitting the HQ.
This is true. Which could be quite relevant. Gets the forecast off the duck, so that's already important. Now, something that's actually important beyond this game, well, Hachiman thinks about this, is these players aren't just fighting for the prizes today, but they're also fighting for a spot in the World Championship in October. And Hachiman has already punched that ticket. So Cyanold, obviously he wants to win this to guarantee his way through, but also just as many game wins as he can affect his tiebreaker for if one of these spots goes down, since Cy and Hachiman are both already qualified. So Cyanold here, definitely hoping to get a win, but potentially might have already secured his ticket by just winning 2 games in these quarterfinals, which is more than any of our other players have today.
Well, apart from the players that
Yeah.
won 3.
This is true. Apart from the players who actually did win their games, or win their matches. Now, that's all talking if Seattle loses. It doesn't look like he's going to lose at the moment. If I had to be one
Well,
of these players.
it seems very decent spot for both players here, I think. Now, obviously, for Freedom and Sullivan's, those cards are just like crazy, right? They provide so much value. And like the tempo loss you get from playing them isn't even that high either.
If I was one of these players here, I would want to be Cyanald because I want to be the player playing 5th Ohio on turn 3 going first.
I agree.
Or actually going second. But...
Well, go in second, yeah. And
Oh,
are
I
you
mean,
playing it on the duck?
Yeah. You have enough stat buffs that if they push this Coast Watchers to the front line to slow you down, you can just buff the 5th Ohio up to a 6/6 and remove it.
Yeah, I agree. Just want to keep your opponent from developing too many weather cards. I mean, they're gonna have a lot no matter what you do, but one fewer is one less chance at hitting the crucial piece in these coming turns.
Yeah, there's... You could just do Seahawk Dingo pass and say you can't hit anything in my support line, and then I'm just gonna buff the ball on the following turn.
I know they're very similar animals, James, but that is not a dingo. That's a duck.
It's a dingo.
Oh, it is a dingo. Oh, I'm the one who failed biology.
I can't tell your ducks from your dingoes.
Classic blunder.
This is... I mean, the issue with if you do the Dingo Seahawk or Dingo Walrus and don't attack with the Dingo, is if your opponent just has another M4 with a buff, you're very, very sad because your hand is looking small.
You know, I know that there have been a lot of card games where a deck has been named Zoo. Is there a more deserving deck of the title Zoo than this one? You got dingoes, you got walruses, you got seahawks, you got ducks.
Yeah, that's a... Honestly, we should call this Zoo. If Hachiban wins this game and the deck catches on, I think you've just coined the name. This is looking good, but... Well, is that a deal 2 damage to everything? That's definitely not the one you want to see. If that was the, if that is what that is, you're under a lot of pressure. Double 15th, also not that helpful. I assume you don't want to put back the first.
I mean, I guess you're just playing Sullivan's and you don't care what you're putting back on top.
Yeah,
I guess it's the best one to buff.
Yeah. He needs to figure out a way to deal with this Walrus, because the op cost is kind of whatever, but it's just the 5/7 fighter that is going to be beating you down here.
Now, you can play Coast Watchers, and then it discounts the +3/+3.
Yeah.
Although you forgo getting to attack with the Walrus.
I completely missed that he hit a second Scorched, buff Scorched. You can't play the other weather first. So he's just greedy on it, maybe.
I mean, greed is good. And you get to attack with the Walrus, which is really nice. You're playing around the retreat all better.
That's true. You can't remove anything actually this turn.
seems like an issue.
You also don't have any more forecast. This is rough. Hachiman is just he's completely out of cards, but he's just getting away with it with these massive AoE buffs here.
I mean, he did hit 2 1 and 3s that are like absolutely insane for the outcome of
Yeah.
this game.
This isn't a 1 in 9 outcome. I mean, he would have picked Sunny instead of Storm on that last forecast if he hadn't hit the other two. But yeah, this is not what you want to see if you are Cyanold or a Cyanold fan.
Yeah. Cyanold holding back the one drop to try and bait Hachiman into playing the strategic bombing over the win the game card. Oh my goodness.
Well, he took the bait. I don't really know what Cyanold does from here, but I mean, it just doesn't really do anything. It just dies. And we don't know what this 2 cost, if this is like the retreat and destroy. You could even try to get like Duck down.
This
more.
isn't very irrelevant to this game, but I am not sure that I have seen the draw in Hachiman's deck to be able to justify this pattern.
It's for your ducks.
Well, I get that.
Pattern is basically draw if you consider that you play it with duck to guarantee the forecast, and then you pick the draw cards off the weather.
Look, we also just had lethal if you didn't push up the duck, but whatever. I also appreciate that sometimes you go first, and you have Patton, and you have 3 dingoes in your hand. And I know that the feeling from that must be euphoric, but I'm not sure it's worth it, because if you don't have the Patton, you still have 3 dingoes in your hand going first.
Yeah, but Cyanold, unfortunately, falls on the last hurdle to Hachiman, and you could point at that last game and say, you know what, like Hachiman got really lucky. He hit the scorched buffs when he needed to, but the only reason Hachiman was in a game 5 to be able to get that out to win that game and win this series is because Cyanold, unfortunately, made a very, very crucial game-losing mistake in Game 4 that would have just won him the series on the spot, to give Hachiman that opportunity. And this is the difference between great players and the best players. And Hachiman has consistently shown that he's among the best players, being able to make it deep into these tournaments over and over and over. But Cyanold may have done enough to secure his spot, and certainly at the very least, this is, I believe, his first top 8 appearance, and going 5 games against Hachiman, who has won 2 tournaments already this year, is no small feat. But with that final match finished, let's take a final look at the bracket and see who our 4 semifinalists are. It is Sai versus 66 Better at the top of the bracket, and then Sablu versus Hachiman on the lower end of the bracket. All of these players we will see play again tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll do the semifinals, bronze match, and of course the finals to see who gets crowned the fall tournament champion. Yeah, do you have any final thoughts about the games we've seen today, Bruno?
I just want to say congrats to all our players for being here. Special congrats to the top 4, and I can't wait to see what they show us tomorrow.
All right, I think that's a good place to end it off on. So, again, same place, same time tomorrow to watch the final 4 players battle it out. So, with that all being said, we will catch all of y'all in the next one.